Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Rise of the Ronin. Picking up basically where I left off it, and I did confirm that I am still in Chapter 1. And basically the plan today is to finish up all the remaining open world stuff to start, and then do any major side quests. And then I think we're gonna try one of the anti-shogunate quests. So now we just gotta decide where we want to go. I think I wanna... Let's try for the level 15 one. And then we'll just wing it from there. I did also look up how the cheating mechanic works, and I think for the gambling casino. So we may go to that later and try to... That was not the most ideal. Guess I was off on the time there. And early. And way early on that one. I don't fully know the timing of the great sword in terms of just basic combos, but we won. So now my options are either go for the side quest immediately or teleport back to get the fast travel to go for that fugitive. I think we'll just go for the side quest. So is there anything else here, or was it just those gloves? Also, I should probably see how good those gloves are. Thought it was heirloom gloves, and I don't see them. Unless I missed it. Anyway, we go. I also did see that there is currently only one weapon that I have not used at all. Also, apparently I did just outright miss a chest there, so we need to go back. I got close enough to mark it on the map, apparently. Then, I think if I remember right, I have 5 or 6 areas that I need to finish up. And then all that's left are side quests or stories they appear. And we may take a pivot at one point in order to get a bunch of stuff at the gambling hall, now that I know more how it works. Where's the chest at? Didn't see anything though, is obviously glowing. Open that. Is it a smaller one, or is it back here somewhere? Back there. First time I've had to break stuff to reach it. And it's a new greatsword. That, in terms of just damage, is better than what I have. Also, I did want to see... Okay, so bond levels, I can now see some of the people who give me better stats. And then there's some where it's just like pray at a bunch of shrines or defeat a bunch of fugitives. Looks like a lot of them are Shinsaku, Takasugi. If I get them leveled up, then it seems like I get a ton of martial abilities. But with that, we're done here. Now we'll go for that side quest. I think the only weapon I haven't used yet in any fights is one of maybe the polearm. So I do need to do that eventually in order to get a trophy, because I have to take down one enemy with every weapon at least once. Which is a surprisingly easy trophy. I've only done 8 out of 9 weapons when I saw it. Where is that? Down here, apparently. Just need this one. Way too early. Can't jump up there. So I need to go up here. I didn't think I was going to be in range there because of the wall. I actually didn't realize that this was the quest.
仇討ちの旅の最中でな。相手は我が兄を殺し、家宝の具足を奪い去った男だ。兄は一人だけ息子を残した。私にとっても大事な甥いだ。あいつに何としても仇を討たせてやりたい。奪われた具足を取り返し、仇には命をもって償わせる。あなたの腕、よければ我々に貸してくれないか。感謝する。まずは具足をすべて取り返したい。奴の手下に分け与えられ、ちりぢりになっているのだ。そのうち一つは甥に当たらせている。加勢してやってほしい。無事にすべてを取り返したら、その時は奴の屋敷に乗り込もう。
Apparently I've already retrieved 2 out of 3. Maybe that was the gloves I found? And we'll go unlock that fast travel point and get the chest that showed up. I want to check Karma. We're probably nowhere near close enough to use flowers. Nope. I do have 2 foreign books to turn in, so I could get more upgrades if I had the money for them. Roll of intellect. And then that should be everything here. So now the next part of the side quest is up there to the right, or I go here and go straight south to get a free skill point. I think we go for the free skill point first. And then we go for the fugitive way to the south. How am I doing on skill points again? There's one thing I was saving up for and I forget what it was. I think it was, yeah, I can get more karma if I do that. I need charisma points for. Or I work my way down here for more medicine. Or grappling rope tricks. I should probably reduce key use while guarding. That just sounds like it'll be good, even though I try to go for parries more than I go for guards. But it would just be nice to get one tree almost done. Need to rely on that last swing. Attack up while falling health for that proficiency. So now, parried swords I figured was going to be my strongest. Okay, so that's where I can see the bonuses. So there's up to 25 levels per weapon. My worst right now is polearm, or unarmed, is actually worse. Maybe we swap in polearm just to get credit for that. If I want pure damage, it would be that one. If I want abilities, I would do that one. Maybe we go for abilities. Actually, how much do these have? That's probably a little bit better. I don't have the most exciting polearms, but I just need like one kill with them and then I can get credit. Probably not the best to use it on, or practice it on a fugitive, but here we are. I do have 3 stances for this one. don't know if there's a way to get a sneak attack on this one. Really? Never quite ready with the jump kick. And we got him. And I got the trophy because I took out an enemy with every weapon. This definitely feels like there's something else here. There's just too many buildings that are empty. Either it's a thing later, or it's a thing I'm missing now. Or it's a thing I already got. It could very well be a thing I already got. All I'm missing is one cat, which is over there, so there's probably nothing else here. Or if there is anything there, then it's not major. Or at least it's not major yet. I should probably remember that I do have a glide if I accidentally run off a cliff for some reason. Calico decided to sneak because that looks like a calico. And they would have bailed if I just ran up. Found or I got a strength point. Means now we can get this. I actually should have saved up for Intimidate because it increases the duration of counter, but this just makes everybody weaker if I take out the leader. Somebody outspotted me, but I didn't see where they were. Guess they're inside. Way too early on those. And we got the okay, so yeah, heirloom armor, because I did see heirloom gloves, so I guess I just accidentally got the quest item and thought it was something else. And back we go. I definitely cleared up this area real quick. Take that skill point. I doubt I'm even relatively close to another one since I just got one. Nope. Probably got it from the fugitive.
ちょっと待ってください。叔父上は来られないのですか？てっきりご助力いただけるものだと。
この方の言う通りだ。一発の武士ならば腹をくくらぬか。せっかくだ。この方にはお前の仇討ちを見届けていただこう。もしもの時は手を借りるしかないか。
わかりました。もう一つ良いでしょうか。奪い返したこの具足、身につけて行かせてください。さすれば亡き父上の力を得られる気がするのです。
There we go. I'm just kind of curious if I can gauge how much proficiency level I've got for polearm just from the stuff I did right now. Because there isn't really, like, there's a level bar, but there's no numbers or quantity that I can measure, other than just looking at it.
一族の重みだと思えば悪くはない。
Almost another level. Almost had a bad moment there. There we go. Probably didn't need to use that heal, but it's fine. Ran out of stamina at the worst time. Is somebody firing a bow up there? And we got the level up. 5.
地の敵討ち取ったりと、あなたのおかげで本会を遂げられました。恩に来ます。最後にもう一つだけ頼みを聞いてくれますか。なんとか身につけたこの具足、今の私ではまだ使い切れず、私が一人前となるその日まであなたに預かっていてほしいのです。
Got the heirloom set and a new title. I don't remember if that was like part of the main quest or if that was just something I was doing as a side thing. But I think now might be the time to swap to another weapon, because I might want to see if I can get one that's more applicable to my stats. Problem is, I still don't know which weapon goes best with which tree. Because if I were to pick a stat that I would want to level up, it would be Charisma easily. The quest over there, or I go clear up a new area. Like over there. This area still says it has something, but I got nothing on the map. This area, I need to get that photo. Let's go for this one. I didn't see if I had a karma point, so figured I'd check. So we'll go for photo. It is apparently up there, and I gotta take a picture of Mount Fuji. Oh, this was like the quest area that I was in before. But I'm guessing there's nothing else here since we did the main story quest. That was not enough to reveal anything else in the area. Which is a small problem for me, because that means that I would either need to find a random event or just wander around until I find something in this area, if I want to clear this one. Or we see if there's like a mission that I can send to it. Let's go back to the longhouse. Because I probably do need to check my missions there. So we got a visitor. First time we've had a visitor in a while.
そりゃええ。おう、なんじゃ。新作が上海で買ってきてくれた土産ぜよ。アメリカの商家が作ったもんと聞いちょる。もちろん刀が一番使い慣れちょるけんど、いざという時にはこいつが役に立つ。赤鬼のやり方は許せんが、開国時代はええことぜよ。西洋にはこの銃みたいな優れた道具がこじゃんとあるき。そうかえ。
Okay, got a gift. No more dialogue left. And we can send out more cats. This one gets a boost, but I don't think I have the stats for it. But we'll do it anyway. "11 cats that I can send out." If I want to go purely on numbers, I should go for the 7. I think I'm good there. Oh yeah, this was if I wanted to reset on my skills, which I think I'm good. Rest up for half a day if I want to change the time. I think that's everything here.
手が足りんならわしを呼ぶんじゃぞ。
I didn't see either of the two areas, so maybe I can only select areas that I've already completed everything for. Which case, we need to either find a completely new area, because I'm probably just going to wait for side quests to open up in those spots. I can complete this one for 2 skill points. Let's go ahead and do that. And also, we'll grab the side quest out of the way.
Kiden、良い面構えをしているな。一つ世直しに協力してくれんか。この先の村に居座る非道の同心に天誅を加えるのだ。何、民草を虐げる奸賊どもだ。遠慮はいらん。おお、それはありがたい。同心めは多くのプライを従えている。どう叩くか考えねば。正面から皆で行けば心強いが、犠牲は避けられん。かといって忍び込んで奇襲するなら、どうしても貨幣になる。皆で突破するか、少数で忍び込むか。貴殿はどちらが良いと思う？なんと一人で行くと。分かった。だがくれぐれも無理はするなよ。さあ、善は急げ。早速始めるぞ。
And we got a stealth quest. They were just in range for me to grab. I wasn't quick enough before they turned around. somebody. We won. Three might be a few too many to deal with. Yeah, we got them. I will say, not doing great on the whole stealth aspect of this. Finally, got one of the grappling ones. I also don't know if I should be skipping enemies or if I should be actively trying to take everybody out. Yeah, we got him.
正解だった。まずは助太刀感謝するぞ。いやー、目の覚めるような戦いぶりだった。それに比べて子役人どもの無様なことよ。この調子で奸賊をなで切りにして我らが三国を守るのだ。貴殿もぜひ協力してくれ。何にせよ貴殿と出会えてよかった。貴殿のようなものがいれば三国も安泰だ。
And we got him. Ideally want to grab that while I'm here. Luckily, they dropped me off right where there's a chest. So pretty much the thing I was gonna go for anyway. Scroll of Strength. Eventually I might need to look up what allies need what stats, but... because right now I just got a bunch of stats building up, but I also don't even need to really consider which allies I team up with. I did almost forget that I unlocked Fast Flight. Make sure that this wasn't enemies just hanging around. Looks like intended path is up there. So this looks to be my way in. And another area done. Adapt to longbow. don't get any bonuses if I equip that, and I keep experience acquisition if I keep using that one. I should probably try to transfer that experience to a better weapon. Also because I think I get a trophy out of it. Let's start a new area. And then that'll be, I think, every area at least revealed. Also, is there anything I want to buy with those skill points? I was looking at one thing here, and I now have 6 to spend, so I definitely should. So if I get 8 skill points... Actually, it looks like 18. Then I'm officially... Never mind, there's another one there. So like 20-something skill points, and then I can max out that tree. It definitely does take quite a few skill points to actually max it out, but just unlocking every node seems to not be too bad. Question is, do I want to commit for that long, especially because it includes some abilities that I don't want to use. Other than I think I get a trophy as long as I finish one tree. And found a fast travel point. And revealed some of the area. Like a group of enemies over here. I did run out of stamina. I thought I was gonna finish the fight before that. They're proficient there. They did not get scared by that. Needed to heal there and got thrown off. That was one block too early. And we got him. That was a lot of formidable enemies done. Actually 2. I thought it was more. Really not. halfway done with this. There's apparently a fugitive here as well. I'm about to get a lot of skill points if I get through this. Yeah, we got him there. Only one more left and the rest are weakened. I'm going to assume the fugitive is the last formidable one I need. Got a rusty key, and the fugitive giving us a spear. That wasn't quick enough to get the tackle. That was apparently way early when they were charging. I thought they were gonna land a hit earlier. Luckily, the ally was there to pick up. And we got him. Level 2 for this area. I want to see how worthwhile it is to sell items compared to just ripping them apart. About 100 each. Isn't nothing, but it's also not the most exciting. I don't think I'm gonna bother going through and selecting every single thing that might not be great. I'm just gonna kind of skim. I do need money for later though, so I do want to sell a lot of these. How much did these sell for? 5,000 each, so I should save those. Did it deselect everything? It looks like it did. Great. So apparently I can't swap between tabs. I have to sell everything in one tab before moving on to the next. And then it looks like it shows me a total of what I'll get in the right. I got 7,000 for that. I don't remember what I need for the trophy, but I know it was a lot. Definitely don't want to spend any of those. That, on the other hand, is 5 for a free skill point. So we'll take that. 3 landmarks for this area. There's a storehouse and a chest here. It's a storehouse. I got a blue lotus. Also, I never did check out that equipment I got. Defense up at nighttime, resistance to poison. When I attempt a Ronin mission alone without allies, I get a defense boost. Key recovery for an ability I never used, defense up if an ally is defeated, and reduce damage from range. I think the one I have now is just better. Weapon proficiency if I get that one with additional drops from enemies. Compared to my current one, which is... more karma. So do I want more proficiency or do I want more skill points from enemies? I think I want to start focusing on proficiency because it seems like there's a lot more to that and karma is just going to keep scaling up. Getting my weapons max faster gives me also the more unique skill points, which is just better. So I also got a new type of lotus. Also, apparently I got 3 of those at some point, somehow. 500 karma for that, and then 100 for those. So I have 900 to deposit when I get close. I still don't know if it's better to disassemble things or to sell them, because selling isn't the most lucrative use of them, but it does give me maybe a little bit of money that I am missing. I'm assuming it's gonna be down here somewhere. This is just kind of a... It is very clearly a beach over there. And a cave. Dude. Doesn't need to swap stances. It's a combo that keeps going on forever. early. Is way off on that timing. Jump is definitely easy. Almost one. Need to get like one more good combo. I keep trying to get that one move and it's just kind of not working. There we go. I did completely mess that up and didn't get the critical. But we won anyway. Used way more medicine than I would have liked, but we got through it. So now I should go back up here and then just start working my way up towards the landmarks. How much karma did that give me? Enough that I can spend my lotuses to top it off. In fact, I got extra. Yeah, it does seem like I hit a weird point where now I'm just getting better rewards. Because I was only getting yellow lotuses for random things, and now I'm just getting definitively better. Charge attack at least seems like something I'll use, so I should probably grab that. Oh wait, I misunderstood how this was leveling up, so I only need 8 points and then I'm done with regular skill points, and actually there's one there. 8 and then 5 and then we're done with this one. And then I just need strength, like as much strength as I can get. Which I can mostly get from fugitives, if I want to go that route. At least that would be the most direct route. But I would need a way to get silver coins to buy it. Made it to the landmark, and there's a cat there. Apparently they're up there. Easiest way is going to be to glide over here and then go for grapple. I did also hear that the cat lady is apparently the easiest character to romance, because they're automatically completed if I find every cat, which is required for a trophy. But it was just kind of coincidence that I started giving them gifts beforehand. Level 3 bond. So now there's 2 landmarks that I can see and a fast travel point. Didn't mean to anger the wolves, but here we are. we keep going? Landmarks occasionally have fugitives hanging out, so I should probably see. There's no more fugitives left in this area. Just landmarks, cats, and treasure chests. And I should be getting enough points passively that I can reveal everything without going out of my way, hopefully. This definitely feels like there's going to be a chest or something here, so maybe I try to skim around if I can. Unless this is a story place. I just walked into a big fight area. Rio flash. There. Get you early. Know how I broke their shield there, unless I just did way a ton of damage. But it definitely seems like there's probably a chest here somewhere, which is basically why I'm just kind of wandering around. And that. Lot of enemies here though, and it's surprising that it feels like it should be a public order area. I don't fully know how to do the charge very well. And that one, I thought they were gonna let go way earlier. That worked out surprisingly well for that one. I am low in health with no medicine. Neat that I can hit the bell, but it doesn't seem like it did anything. Also, it seems like there's nothing showing up here. So either I went the completely wrong way, or this is just an area where I can fight a bunch of random enemies for no reason. There's a chance that I haven't gotten close enough to a chest to reveal it. But I would kind of hope that by this point I should have seen something. At the moment, it definitely doesn't seem like there's a lot here. Other than just a bunch of guys to fight. Which I don't really need. Like, it's not bad, but it doesn't do anything for me. I mean, I guess weapon proficiency is probably the most beneficial thing I'm getting out of it. But I could do that fighting something that matters. I think we just leave and go for another fast travel point. Was late on that one. Didn't think that was gonna be a dash. Just be aggressive. And now we go. And not sure what the story is behind that area, other than it seems like it was a foreign controlled spot that got invaded. There is an event over there. I do want to go for those whenever I can. Because I still need like at least 30, I think. I didn't see what I got. There it is. Bayonet, go board, and armor. I'm guessing one of those as a gift, and then the other two I kind of don't care about as much. Got to level 3, so this area is maxed. Everything is revealed. Both the chests are in this village somewhere, and then the cat is northeast. I need a way in this building. It's apparently not the front door. Doesn't seem like there's a way in from the roof. There's a way in. So how do I get over this section? Because it seems like it's closed off. Or did I pick the wrong entrance? Break through that. Don't see a way to climb over. Maybe I picked the wrong entrance. And crawl under there. Like the only way that I would be able to enter it seems to be probably from above, because all the ways along the side are closed off from various directions. Unless I can explicitly find a thing to break through. Like I can't find another entrance outside of this one. Just skimming around. This is a trickier one. Everything seems to be pointing to there should be a way in from above, because unless there's a thing I need that I don't have yet to get past whatever that steel door is. Looks like no way past there. And I can't crawl under there. That was my other guess, is that maybe there's something I could break that's hiding something. I get the feeling I'm not supposed to be able to get this one yet. Or I'm just completely missing something. It's one of the two. It's like there's no way in from there. Like maybe there's a way in through the roof over here, but it looks like I can't go near that. Maybe I'll come back later. We'll try for the slightly more obvious one. I'd say definitely the most out of the way thing would be if there's like an underground path to it. I get 2 skill points and 2 really good gift items if I get through this. The Knot of Destinies are both considered the best gift item, and everybody likes them. And we got the cat. All that's left is that chest that I can't figure out how to get. Yeah, my only options are either it's tied to like a side quest at some point, it's an underground passage, or there's a path I missed. All of which are definitely possible. But I think with that, we should leave this area and go somewhere else. This is the only one left that's not at 100%, and if I were to guess on where the thing I missed is, it's probably somewhere over here. At least that's the only way that there's one other near the main city. But maybe we just head south and see if we can find anything. If not, we'll go for purely side quests. Or gambling. Gambling is an option. Actually, did I max out my gambling? I forget where it is. I think it was in this one. I need 3 points to max out gambling. And gambling, I think, just gets me a bunch of regular skill points if I want to really commit to going for that. This definitely seems like something important. Unless this is a side quest I forgot about. Might even be the main quest area where I met the first ally. There's a city over there to the southwest. Maybe we check there. It doesn't exactly help that I don't remember a lot of the specific locations that I've already been to and completed a thing for. It's entirely possible that like I did a side quest here way earlier and just forgot about it. That looks like a shrine. But apparently it's not. Or it's a shrine I've already gotten. It looks like shrines do get removed from the map when I find them. So I might have already gotten the shrine here, and that's all that was here. And maybe a fugitive. This door's open, so I was probably here before. In that case, let's just start chipping away at side quests. There's one over here. There's two over there, actually.
実は行商に頼んでおいた荷物が一向に届かなくてね。様子を見に行こうにも近頃は物騒だから。あんた腕が立ちそうだし、行商を探してきてくれないかい？本当かい？助かるよ。そういえば大きなイチョウの木のそばを通るって言っていたっけ？あの辺りは追いはぎが出るって噂だ。まさかな。
Okay. Way up there. I might as well grab this one too. I didn't know if I got anything recently, so I wanted to scan that just to be sure.
Oi, Anta! そこのあんただよ。あんた、相当な修羅場をくぐってきただろう。面構えでわかるよ。一つ、俺の話を聞いてくれないか。俺は口入れや。あんたみたいな浪人に仕事を回してる。どうだ、一緒に働いてみる気はないか。今は奉行所から仕事を受けていてな。手に負えないお尋ね者がいるから、そいつを切ってほしいんだと。木刀の稽古と命のやり取りはまた違うもんさ。こういう場所の方が修羅離れしたやつが多いんだよ。よし、じゃあ早速片付けてきてくれ。気をつけろよ。同心を何人も切った手だれだからな。
So we'll check on the missing person first, and then I didn't see on the map where that next quest is going to be. Apparently I've already done it, so I guess I just need to report to the broker. I'm guessing it was quite literally like a quest to go kill a fugitive, where I've already cleared out, I think, all the fugitives who are available. So I guess we'll do this quest and then we'll go turn in that one. Really? The thing that throws me off on the weaker enemies is they seem to be much more slower and less aggressive than, like, formidable enemy counterparts. we got him. I did briefly forget that there was like an archer who was shooting at me from somewhere. Well, there's an easy way for me to jump up there. Guess I can do that. Way too early on that jump. I think I can turn in everything now. I could have probably just left as soon as I talked to that one person, but or as soon as I saw that one event.
戻ったか。型はついたんだよな。あんた、俺の見込んだ以上の腕だよ。奉行所からもう次の仕事が来てる。やるだろ。何でも切ってほしい同心がいるんだと。まあ、身内の恥ってやつなんだろうな。自分たちじゃ表だって動けないから、俺たちに仕事が来るわけさ。そいつが何をしたのかまでは教えられんよ。秘密を守るのも仕事でね。頼んだぜ。聞いたところじゃろくでもないやつだそうだ。同心だからって躊躇するなよ。
So this one actually gave me a mission to do. Let's go turn in the other one first, because it's right by the fast travel point anyway. I thought at first this was just going to be a line of go find all the fugitives, because I'm assuming that's what the first one was, unless I just randomly took out the guy somewhere else.
行商の方は手遅れだったみたいだね。でも荷物だけでも取ってきてくれて助かったよ。あっしらの一行を見かけたら声をかけておくれ。良い品を揃えとくからお楽しみに。
I'm guessing that means that there's more items that showed up. Expected at the Yokohama Grand Villa. Was that just them telling me that there's a thing I can do for a quest? There we go. I was late on that one. They got real quick, real fast. Suddenly they're like halfway across this area. Like they just full on sprinted out of here.
いらっしゃいませ。いい品が入りましたよ。
I did wanna transfer one of my bow things. Because I have a mediocre bow with a good ability that I want to put on a better bow.
いかがいたしましょう。
I should also probably upgrade the bow that it's going to. Key attack, max key attack, and key consumption. There we go, I've upgraded one of every item. So I need to equip another sub-weapon just temporarily. Let's just throw something on. I don't know if the one it's getting transferred to matters. Because I want to move that experience boost to a better bow. Okay, so that's probably why it doesn't let me do unequipped ones, because it destroys the old item. But now we got a better bow. So it was probably worth it. Play early on that one. Out of stamina. There's a person just kind of shooting me. Is not the most ideal. Take it up there. There we go. Optional, read the document. Okay, that's another mission done. Feel like they're gonna get mad at me for reading the document, but also prove it.
おう、戻ったか。俺の言った通り、ろくでもないやつだっただろ。知られちまったか。まあいいさ。その通りだ。あんたにあいつを始末してほしかったんだよ。騙してたことは謝る。だが奴が悪人だったのには変わりない。報酬もちゃんと払うよ。それで文句はないだろう。さて、あんたに仕事を回すのも次で最後だ。ぼちぼち俺もこの家業からは足を洗おうかと思ってな。最後の仕事はここらを騒がす人斬りの退治だ。まあ、あんたほどの腕なら朝飯前だろうよ。
Sure.
よろしくな。あんた、いいやつだよな。浪人にしとくのがもったいないぜ。
Find the assassin. Then I'm guessing this area will be totally done after that. Trying to see how I'm doing on karma, and I'm probably not even remotely close to being able to use flowers for the next one. Although I do think I have 1,000 points that I can spend. But I think I needed 2,000 if I remember right.
「あんたを切れば真相は全て闇の中。悪く思わないでくれよ。同心を切ってくれたのには感謝しているが、俺が足を洗うにはあんたにも消えてもらうほかないんだ。
I don't know if he's gonna attack. A little bit early on those. No heals. And we got him. Got 10 wooden tokens for that one, so I get free gambling stuff. Now, as far as side quests go, The only ones left are in the main city, which looks like one is a character-specific one. Two of them might be. Actually, I should stop by the cat lady section to see if I can buy more charisma buffs, because those are going to be still probably the best ones currently. Because I get just more experience if I get that leveled up. I think there was an event, but I refreshed the area, so it removed it.
ようおいでくださんした。ケチのつけようもありんせん。まことでござりんすか。ぜひお願いしとおりんすよ。顔を見せてくれなんして誠に嬉しゅうおりんす。
So I need 46 cats before I can get any more skill points from her. And those are just things that I've already bought. Meaning I can go for strength now. I do feel like the number of cats around here is increasing.
わちきも主さんと話しとうござりんした。今だけは浮世のあれこれを忘れてゆるりとくつろいでおくんなんし。よろしければ舞を一差しご覧に入れんしょうか。それでは支度を。いけない。いつも曲を弾かせている心臓の三味線がついこの間壊れてしまったのを失念しておりんした。曲がなければまえんせん。今は新しい三味線をあつらえてもらおうと職人を探していたところでありんして、質の良い四つ革も必要でござりんす。これがなければ上等な三味線はできんせん。弦に使う絹糸はこの小袖を脱ぎささんしてほどいて作ってもようござりんすが、なんて冗談でありんす。かようなざれ言では主さんのお顔は何やら晴れぬ様子でござりんす。一見のお客さんなら一時楽しませてしまいでござりんすが、主さんにはもっと尽くしとうなりんすな。なぜかはわかりんせんけれど。
Okay, so now I guess since I've pretty much maxed her out for the time being, until I get more cats, we can start leveling up just strength specifically. And that's all the points I have. Let's activate all of those. I have enough for 1,100 karma that I can just activate. Strength should be enough for something. I would ideally like to save up one more point for that. Although the range one is tempting. Attack boost from falling health is probably not as good as the Intimidate, which makes them cower for longer.
ひいきにしてもらえて嬉しいよ。どんな用だい？それ
I
じ
think
ゃあ、
I'm
無事でな。
fine there. Let's check out this quest.
これで石炭を日本で手に入れられます。この先燃料に困ることはないでしょう。
お前の見込み通りだったな。さらなる調査を頼む。
もっと噂をすれば。あんた今度こそ礼をしよう。本当に世話になったな。さあ遠慮せず受け取ってくれ。提督、先ほどお話しした僕の、いや我々のフレンドです。この人のおかげで炭鉱を確保できました。これで提督の名声もきっと兄上を上回るでしょう。僕は次の商談があるので、話の続きはまた後日に。
サミュエルが世話になったな。ああ、兄も海軍の将としてイギリスとの戦争で大きな功を立てた。だが病気で創生したよ。もう一度話がしたいものだ。それはそうと、俺はお前の顔を覚えているぞ。いや、警戒はしなくていい。事情はお前の相棒から聞いた。驚くのも無理はない。そう、俺はお前の相棒を助けた。お前のことも今さらどうこうするつもりはない。ああ、保護してアメリカに連れ帰った。今はまた日本へ来ているはずだが、詳細は俺も知らん。お前が俺に報いたいなら、いくつか仕事を引き受けてもらおう。近頃、我が軍の兵士と上位派の侍が港のあたりでよく揉めていてな。これをうまく収めたいのだ。我らが上位派を制圧すれば、日本との関係が悪化する。かといって連中を野放しにすれば増長するばかりだ。そこでお前には代わりに上位派の動きを抑えてもらおう。相手が過激な侍たちとはいえ、できるだけ犠牲は出すなよ。騒ぎになっては我が国も幕府も困るのでな。それに死人が出れば日本のためにも恨まれてしまう。頼んだぞ。
Okay, so I can either fight with wood weapons or unarmed. Complete the mission and eject without taking any enemy lives. Be rewarded for your stealth and mercy. The enemies without killing them using unarmed or wooden swords. Any weapons can be purchased from the merchants at your base. I would rather do unarmed because I do get proficiency for unarmed, which I will otherwise rarely use.
嘘をつくな。ちゃんと見ておったのだ。言いがかりはよせ。なんだ、こいつらの仲間か。知らぬな。お主、何の用だ。その言葉、こやつらによく言い聞かせてやれ。この偉人どもが浜の漁師たちを痛めつけておったのだ。
民への乱暴狼藉許せぬ。
嘘を言うな。俺たちは漁師にアメリカのことを教えていただけだ。そっちこそ因縁をつけるんじゃない。提督が？仕方がない。これ以上騒ぎは起こせんな。
命拾いしたな、野蛮人どもが。内心ほっとしてるんだろう。
我らを愚弄しよって、もはや生かしてはおける。
来い、獣め。
Ugh. Apparently they just missed the grab. And we got him.
お前一人に戦わせて悪かったな。
いやー、ことが収まって安心したよ。偉人さんには日の本のクジラ漁のやり方を聞かれただけなんだ。向こうは代わりに洋式の相撲の技を教えてくれてな。だから乱暴されたってわけじゃないんだ。
彼の言う通りだ。レスリングの技を実演していたんだよ。釈明してくれてありがとう。
いいってことよ。それはそうと、あんたらに言っても仕方ないかもしれんが、実は俺の仲間が上位派のお侍が話しているのを聞いたんだ。お上のお偉方を動かして異国との交易を止めるとかなんとか。すると偉人さんたちも国へ帰ってしまうのかい。そう毛嫌いしなくたっていいだろうに。
And now they're leveled up. Not quite enough to get another skill point. If I had remembered I was leveling cheating, I would have probably saved up for that. But for now, I do want to go turn in my foreign books, because I think I can probably get some more things there.
調子はどうです？頼んでた写真取りやしたかい？
I can get intellect from this one. I don't remember there was any good intellect things that I wanted to work towards. I know that charm was probably the main one, and then strength just to get the tree maxed out. So it does look like there is some gift overlap, which is fine. But I have no interest in trying to keep up with what overlaps with who.
おお、書物をたくさん集めたようだね。さすがだ。
Switch to a diffuse spray, which consumes more fuel than normal, but inflicts damage over a wider range. Or high heat fuel.
どの改造がしたいんだい？どの改造がしたいんだい？
And then I need story for everything else. Otherwise, we've maxed out everything that is currently available. And if I make one more thing, then I get my final accessory slot. Then if I get 5 more, I can carry some more status ailments that I've never used.
君は必ずまた来る。そうだろう？
And I guess with that, back to more quests.
Our 我が軍の兵士と上位派が揉めていた件、どうにか解決したようだな。上位派を殺さずにおとなしくさせるとは立派なものだ。とにかくこれでしばらく上位派のことは気にせずとも良いだろう。お前までそう言うんなら確かなようだな。これで裏が取れた。今度九段の重臣は横浜のイギリス商館に顔を出す。俺もその場に出向き、奴に贈り物をする予定だ。お前は贈り物を届けるふりをして奴の周辺を探れ。そして本当に交易をやめさせるつもりなら奴を切るのだ。良いな。言いたいことがあれば聞こう。その通りだ。俺は日本の開国を成功に導き、祖国で英雄となる。そうでもしないとわからないのだ。英雄と呼ばれた兄が何を考えて生きていたのか。お前とて相棒につながる情報を少しでも得ようと俺と行動を共にしているのではないか。そもそも我が兄と違ってあの者は生きているだろう。会える望みもある。話が早くて助かる。状況が分かったなら仕事を始めてもらおう。おう。ではな。話は終わりだ。
So I can probably put my weapon back on. Been a while, maybe we go back to the basic katana. I do think that that does give me more strength stuff, and also I haven't used it since I unlocked all the new stances. I don't really know where the quest is. I tried to zoom out to see if it would show me the icon for it. Apparently I just need to talk to him again, because I guess I didn't accept it properly.
状況が分かったなら仕事を始めてもらおう。
Okay, yes, I need to actually like accept it there.
お前の働きにはいつかちゃんと報いねばなるまいな。例の贈り物は英一番館という施設に届くよう手配した。まずはそれを回収してくれ。手に入れたらイギリス商館まで届けに来い。頼んだぞ。
And new bond activated. Or established, I guess it would be more appropriate. Also, apparently I got some training leveled up. It's weird, and there's like a location like that where it's relatively close to a bunch of things, but none of them are fast travel. Gotta figure out how to get over there. Probably there's easiest. Was the area where I think I did the earlier mission. Early on that one, by a lot. Also that one early. Luckily that guy standing around with the torch didn't see me. Finally got the dash to work. I've done it a few times, but it's always nice when I actually like plan it and it works out.
やっと出てこられたよ。いやー怖かった。奴らを追い払ってくれてありがとな。西洋人ってだけで目の敵にしやがって。あいつら見境なくなってないか？だよな。本当におっかねえよ。俺なんて日本に酒を売りに来ただけだぜ。おお、それなら俺が担当だ。ケンタッキー特産のバーボン。それも極上の一品だぜ。中の部屋に置いてあるから勝手に持って行ってくれ。割ったりするなよ。
Probably a little bit easier to fast travel to here. So I want to check this. So I know that some proficiencies give me skill points, but I have no idea how that works, other than it's weapon specific. Was early on that one. Yeah, we got him.
すでにイギリスがあの者を骨抜きにしていたようだ。山吹色の菓子とスコッチウイスキーで落ちたらしい。切っても切らなくても同じ結果だったというわけだ。遅ればせながら我が国が誇るバーボンをお送りする。どうかお納めを。
これがアメリカのバーボンか。ありがたく頂戴する。今後も貴国とは友好な関係を続けさせてもらおう。
とにかく交易は続けられることになった。お前にも礼を言っておこう。もう十分だ。解放してやる。これ以上お前に何かを頼むことはない。安心しろ。資格を用いてまで功を立てても意味がないと思ってな。それでは兄には近づけない。実はお前の働きに報いるため特別な礼を用意してある。今度横浜貴賓館に顔を出してくれ。またな、隠し刀。
Okay. Got a new saber. And a uniform. Said he had a gift for me if I were to stop by somewhere. Guess I'll just go there to see if he actually does have something to give me or if it's something different. Gave me a lot of gear for that one, including a foreign book. And also apparently better training with sabers. Got an intellect point for them.
これをお前に送りたいと思ってな。あれこれ働いてくれた礼だ。お前とは今後ともつながりを持ちたいものだ。どうだろう。フレンドか。そうだな。共に使命をこなした日本での初めての友達だ。ではな。
And we got some whiskey out of it. I wanted to see. Not enough to buy another skill point. I was also going to check what I can get with intellect points. Because a lot of the ones I was saving up for persuade for a long time, but we got that one. Refill for handguns. Refill for rifles isn't terrible, but I don't want to commit the points to that. At least not yet. I could make my medicine better or give me another medicinal pill if I get 6 points. Which might be what I end up doing. Because I want to save up for cheater because I can get a ton of free skill points if I cheat at gambling. I still really want to try to figure out how to get into this treasure chest. So are there any other areas other than this one over here that are not done? This would actually give me both of the skill points if I can finish this area. And then we could go do some gambling, which I can either stop them 5 times and get a trophy, or I can cheat to maybe get a bunch of skill points that way. I would like to probably at least do enough missions so that I refill the skill points that I spent getting the cheater perk. I either need... There's a cat. I just needed one thing somewhere to get more bond level. And we found one. Apparently that was just the last thing I needed to collect outright. But it didn't give me a bond level, which is weird. So I guess that means that either I need to find a random event here to resolve. In fact, I think that's the only option if I want this area to get bond maxed, unless there's like a special mission like the cat concierge that does it. This isn't a big area, so there's not a lot of spots for a random event to spawn. Other than the fact that it is just in the city, so stuff could happen. That doesn't give me a whole lot to work with, though. I don't think I have to complete every area. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't. But it would be nice to just get some extra free stuff, because why not? Didn't realize there was a spot there. At least right now I'm not seeing any random events. I think we just go for gambling.
Yo.
Let's throw in a quick save because it's been a while and we've done a lot of stuff. Also, I didn't realize there was a cash out option if I just wanted to go for money. So I think I'm basically back to where I started, or a bit like one ahead. I'll try to bet 2 per roll.
入ります。
さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。しぞろの長。ついてねえな。
入ります。
さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。しぞろの長。
They're even.
よっしゃ。次、参ります。
I do wonder if there's like a story gate where I have to get far enough before cheating opens.
さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。小園の長。
うわ、そりゃないよ。
次、参ります。
入ります。
さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。小園の長。よっしゃ。次、参ります。さあ、はったはった。
And we found it. Dealer is associated with the gambler, so get something toward a foot. If you wish to take advantage of the cheating of others, take careful note of each gambler's bet. Figure out who the cheat is within the time limit and lay the same bet as them. Bets are always placed in order, starting from the player on the left.
Yoござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。三ゾルの長。
I think I think it was the first one on the left.
当たりだ。次、参ります。
But I definitely underestimated how quick the time limit was going to be.
さあ、はったはった。
The part has been almost exclusively evens.
長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。与一郎藩。よっしゃ。
壺かぶります。
さあ、はったはった。ようござん
Let's
す。
do one token so I can figure it out.
二六の長。
We'll just skim through it.
さあ、はったはった。
Okay, let's tell on him this time.
いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえよ。イチャモンつけやがって。ただで帰れると思うなよ。
Because I think I can get some tokens back for this one. Way off on the timers there. There we go again.
あんたか。イチャモンつけた客を入れるわけにはいかねえな。わかりゃいいんだ。
Yeah, if you don't have the persuadability, you gotta pay silver, which I would never
何をす
do.
るんだい。楽し
I
んでいっ
guess
てく
I
んない。
didn't get any drops there, because I thought that's supposed to be able to drop tokens.
入ります。
Or maybe it's just based on luck.
さあ、はっ、ようござんすね。
So we only want to bet one until we can try to go with the cheater to get a bunch of tokens that way.
ニゾロの蝶。
Or I was looking at the wrong currency and I actually did get a bunch.
さあ、ようござんす。一億の半。
うわ、そ。
さあ、よう、三道の蝶。さあ、ようござんすね。ちょ、よいちの半。さあ、はったはった。 ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。白くの蝶。
Okay, so that's the way. Then I can do it like in stacks of 10 and win a ton of money.
さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。 勝負。二六の蝶。
I think as long as I spot the cheater, it's always going to be the same person, so I can just kind of cheat off of them forever.
次、参ります。さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。長藩、駒揃いました。勝負。国の藩。
来た。
さあ、ようござん。 グイチの蝶。さあ、はったはった。ようござんすね。
I don't know if there's a timing on when I lock in the bet.
揃いました。勝負。ニゾロの蝶。
来た。
Apparently the cheater changed. Which I didn't realize was a thing that could happen.
サンゾルの蝶。
うわ、そりゃない。
さあ、よ、グイチの蝶。
I might need to tell on this time so I can get some tokens back.
さあ、よ、串の藩。さあ、よ、ニゾロの蝶。
うわ。
さあ、よ、二六の蝶。
来た。
さあ、よ、一二の半。さあ、よ、五六の半。はあ、やったぞ。さあ、よ、ピンゾロの蝶。さあ、よ、サニの半。
Did I basically progress far enough that now they're not gonna cheat anymore? Never mind. Also, ignore is a weird choice. I can't imagine ever picking ignore.
いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえよ。イチャモンつけやがって。ただで帰れると思うなよ。消える気か。
And we got him. So I guess the cheater does change, but I just happened to pick the cheater right twice.
あんたか。
It also looks like even though that was grayed out, I can just select it again.
何を楽しんでいってくんな。さあはっようサニの藩さよう四六の長さあよう二ゾロの長よっしゃさあ三道の長
One odd and a bunch of evens.
さあはったはっよ四六の長
One odd and exclusively evens.
やったさあグイチの長さあ二ゾロの長
So there's somebody who's betting exclusively evens, that's a cheater.
外れたか。
さあ死にの長
やっ
さあよ思想の藩
やっ
さあよ国の藩
Guess we're going odds now.
よっしゃ
さあはったはったようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負余一の藩
よっしゃ
I guess following the cheater also gives me the reward.
次参りますさあはったはったよ二六の長
It's just I can either fight them or I can take their money.
死にの長
Because if I get enough wooden tokens, I can get skill points or I can cash them out for money.
死にの長よ串の藩さあはったはったようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負サニの藩
I also should probably check how much I can get from the...
次参ります
as to exchange tokens here.
さあはっよ一六の藩さあはったはったようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負グイチの長
I guess I picked the wrong one. I thought that was it because of the way the odds lined up.
参りますさあよ五ゾロの長 さあよピンゾロの長
Or I was looking at the wrong icon, maybe?
さあよ五六の藩さあよ思想の藩
So 3 blues and 2 reds right now.
さあはようござんす三道の長
やったぞ
3 blues, 2 reds, and a blue.
さあようサニの藩さあ
I
よ
wonder if I bet too much, do they just throw?
さあよしぞろの長さあよサブロクの藩
Blue, red, blue, blue, red.
次参りさあようござんすサブロクの藩
So 1 red, 2 blue, 2 red.
さあよ16の半
Seems like they're really not given in to having another cheat show up.
ついてねえなさあよグイチの蝶
うわ
さあよ白くの蝶さあよグイチの蝶さあはったはった
There it is. 3 odds, 2 evens, this one.
ようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負サブロクの藩
I need to
次参ります
see how much the prizes cost. $200 and I get 3 skill points in any skill that I want. Or I can do 100 to get 5 regular skill points. So ideally these would be the best ones to get, which would be 200, and then I can get... I would probably go for strength or charm, probably charm. I think I'm not gonna bet any more than 30 at any point. Unless I get like to the hundreds. Then maybe we'll do a big one.
ついてねさあよ16の半さあよサニの半 56の半
Like it's a big streak of odds.
さあよサブロクの半さあはったはった
I didn't see anybody who looked like a cheater in that lineup. Because like I didn't see anybody picking odd. Unless I'm just supposed to go from the last bet.
さあよサブロクの半やった当たりさあよニゾロの蝶
Because it looked like everybody was kind of all over the place, so it didn't seem like it was obvious that there was a cheater.
さあよ12の半さあよグサンの蝶
Seems like it's alternating.
さあはったはった
Unless that one at the bottom is their last bet. I don't know if that's the one that they're betting towards, or if it's their last bet.
さあはったはった
Yeah, I don't see the pattern. Unless I'm reading it upside down. I might be reading it upside down.
よ国の半
Because I was reading the very bottom of the list is like the last roll.
さあピンゾロの蝶
And maybe that's not the way it works.
よっしゃさあようござんすね白くの蝶よっしゃ
Okay, so I think I was reading it wrong, so it's at the top, because they're all alternating.
さあはったはったよう
Do a low bet to play safe.
長藩駒揃いました。勝負。ピンゾロの長。
I guess I chose wrong.
やったぞ。さあ、サンゾロの長。やった、当たりだ。さあ、張った張った。
So blue is even, red is odd. I think I was also mixing those up.
やった、当たりだ。さあ、はっ、グイチの長。さあ、一二の半。さあ、思想の半。さあ、
I think I'm just gonna tell him in this one because I want to get some more tokens to work with without spending money.
サブロクの半。
Because it's 1,000 per token, so like theoretically I could just buy it if I had enough money.
死にの長。やった、当たりだ。さあ、一六の半。やった、当たりだ。さあ、張った張った。
Let's just tell him for this one to get some tokens. There's definitely an argument to be made that I should just tell him every time, but it will give me tokens slower. Because it's like, do I want reliable tokens or do I want quick tokens? Because I think taking both of them out gives me universally more than like I would lose in betting. I want to actually like keep track of the bets this time, so that I can figure out how the memory one works. Because now it's cleared out. Because I've not been paying attention to what dice it is at all. Because I need to see where the one that's different pops up. Okay, so it is going oldest at the top and newest at the bottom, which is what I thought it was doing, and that's why I got confused when nobody was matching up. Be 2 and 2. I guess I picked wrong. Like when I look at that menu, like there was only 4 rolls, and there was 5 to pick from, and none of them look like the right one. At a glance. Okay, so now that's 4 evens in a row if I was reading that right.
死にの蝶
Guess we got him that time.
さあ張ったよサブロクの半
来た
さあ張った張った
I did miss that one.
よニゾロの蝶はあさあ張った張った
I'm not confident about, so let's do 10.
ようござんすね長藩駒揃いましたしぞろの蝶
I was not confident about it, and I was right not to be.
さあはよ国の藩やったあさあ張った張った
Red, blue, blue, this one. So I'm a little more confident on.
長藩駒揃いました勝負白くの蝶
Unless it's top to bottom for their bets.
さあ張った張った
I'm just gonna tell on him to get more tokens. This might be something I do off stream just to get these skill points. Depending on how this goes. That one? And we won. Also, I think I might have gotten another karma, or I'm close. I just want to get at least one skill point out of this. Whether it's a regular one or one of the good ones.
楽しんでいってくんな。
さあ張った張ったよグサンの蝶さあよ一六の半
Actually, I'm gonna quickly pull up a reference.
ついてねえな次参りますさあ張ったようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負グサンの蝶やった当たりだ次参りますさあようごぞろの蝶ついてねえな次参りますさあ張った張ったよう国の藩はあやったぞ次参ります負けられねえ入りまさあよ一六の半
来た
さあ張った張ったようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負三道の長
Like, that one felt more obvious when I looked at it, because the other ones were just so far off.
次参ります。
I guess one thing I didn't realize is it does show what they're betting at the bottom, so if everybody's picking the same thing, I do have a 100% chance of winning. The thing that I was trying to figure out is... I was trying to see if, like, the sequence starts at a new point. Because if it starts at a new point, then I should leave as soon as a cheater sequence happens and go back in. Because that would mean that I wouldn't have to keep track of when each sequence happened. And I think that's the way I'm supposed to do it. And that's probably why they tell you to leave instead of following the cheater. It's also because you can't... It's harder to guarantee they're gonna get it. I mean, if they're gonna do it this early, then I should do this. Because there's no way I'm gonna guess it from 2. Early on that one. I do like it when they just kind of don't guard. Yeah, if it's like 2 bets in and then the cheater appears, I'll just do that. If it's 5 or more, then I'll take the shot. Two odds and even. See if I can spot him here. And do like half of my tokens. That wasn't it. So now a new cheater is picked. Means that everything before this doesn't matter. But all of their bets still save. So far, no luck with these. Last roll's been odd, even, odd, so alternating. Next should be even if it keeps pace. Nope. Even, odd, even, odd. Is it back to alternating? It might be back to alternating. It is back to alternating, at least for now.
さあはったはったようござんすね長藩駒揃いました勝負
That was also the case where like 4 people were betting odd. So even if I had guessed the wrong person, it was very likely that I was gonna pick somebody who was guessing right.
次参ります
Which is one thing that I wasn't paying attention to until I looked at a picture of it. Where apparently that can happen, where they can all just like... It just kind of declares everybody is actually betting the right thing, even if, like, the cheater is only one of them. Looks like it's still alternating. And now it's not. Like we're up to an even streak. Four evens in a row. 5 evens in a row. And we're off it. I was kind of hoping the cheater would appear there, because that would be the easiest one yet. See, I think I'll never bet my full amount unless everybody's guessing the same thing. That's 4 odds and an even. So if the cheater reveals themselves, it's all odds. I don't know if that was the right one, but 3 of them were betting odd. So it wasn't those. And that's why I said I would not bet my full amount unless I was absolutely sure, or they're all betting the same thing. I think I'm just gonna tell on them there. Because I didn't remember what the order was up to that, and I didn't get it right. Don't like when they both use red attacks like that. Didn't see how many tokens I got for it. If I can get one of the 200 ones, that's kind of my goal right now. And I'll try to get the 200 of Charm. That's all I want out of this, and then we'll go do something else. And I just wanted to get it without spending any money. Looks like they're alternating. At least it does seem like they can stick to pretty simple patterns, but I also don't understand how the cheater one works. They're all betting odd. I bet everything.
ようござんすね。長藩駒揃いました。勝負。五六の藩。
That's what I was waiting for. Because that was the case where all 5 of them were betting for the same thing, so it didn't matter who I picked.
次参ります。
In fact, if I had caught that they're all picking the same thing, I could have just voted and missed that sequence entirely.
よ国の藩。さあよグイチの長。
It's like it's back to alternating again. Unless it was still alternating. No. There was 3 odds in a row and an even.
さあはったはった。
It's a bit like 40.
ようござんすね。長藩駒揃いました。勝負。しぞろの長。
It was very likely to be even because 4 of them picked it. So either it was that one person or everybody else was right.
さあはったはった。
This one, because I think these 2 people had the same betting history, but it was different results. So this is a guess. And I got right. If I get 10 more, then I can buy the skill points. And we got it again. So I think I'm gonna keep going, but we'll play it safe so I don't fall below 200. So we'll do like 30. Guess I picked wrong there. Let's leave and buy it. I'm only at 10 tokens now, but I got enough to get one of the big ones. We're gonna go right for charm. I misunderstood. So each of these is 200, but there's up to 3 that I can get. So that seems like the way to get skill points, but it does seem like I have to really commit to it. Because I thought it was 200 for the stack of 3, and it's actually 200 each. But we got enough for more karma, so we'll grab that. So it is tempting to try to get that one. Let me actually check one thing. So if I want to focus charm, I should go for Oxtail Blade or Polearm, but it sounds like Oxtail Blade is the only one that's like uniquely charm focused. So let's go do the bond here, and let's get on with the story after that. I learned a little bit more about the minigame there, which is nice. Problem is, it will take forever, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna be the best thing to focus on stream, but I might do it off stream it feels like it's going to be effectively the same sequence of events until I get thousands of tokens. It either means I have to buy all the tokens or I have to earn them like that.
来てくださったこと嬉しく思います。あの事件以来、ハリス様は身を隠していらっしゃるようです。行方が気になるのであれば、横浜貴賓館で聞いてみてはいかがでしょう。幕臣と西洋の方々が交流なさっている場所です。実はもう一つ、もっと確実な手がないわけではございません。私、幕府にはちょっとしたつてがありますの。お願いを聞いていただけるのなら、便宜を図れるかもしれません。遊郭は名だたる方同士が腹を探り合う場でもございます。そんな宴に呼ばれていたら当然顔も広くなりましょう。信じられませんか？ですがお願いしたいことがあるのは事実です。そういえば頼みはもう一つございました。こちらは純粋に私のために受けてくれると嬉しいわ。近頃荒れた家屋の並ぶあたりで妙な視線を感じるのです。振り返ってみても誰もいません。ですが人気の少ない場所や薄暗い場所から確かに私を見ている、私を見張っている人物、その正体を突き止めてくださいませんか？これで安心できるわ。でもどうかお気をつけて。
Okay, so we got a new bad mission. The other reason that I think I might do gambling stuff off stream if I do proceed with it is also because it's not actually required that I get all those skill points. That would be purely just for my benefit to get more abilities, which isn't really a requirement for completing the game. It's just something that would be nice to have. Like, I'm happy that I got the karma boost. I think that's probably a satisfactory enough result from that. But it would definitely be nice if I could get those other 3 charm points so that I could get more rewards from, like, fugitives. But the other option there is I can either level the weapon I'm currently working on, or I could, like, let the story progress and find more cats. And then just save up on my silver coins for those. And I would get basically the same result, but it would take me longer. As opposed to something I could theoretically do right now if I just sat in the gambling hall and grinded it out. But I think even if I bought both of the charm books, it wouldn't be enough for the reward I want. But it would limit the amount I need. Actually, I might count right now. I need to probably swap after this. Hit the wrong button, or I ran out of stamina. I don't know which one it was. That dodge apparently drained all my stamina. And we got him.
ここにいたんですね。あな なた様に伝えたいことがあって探してました。さっき忍びみたいな人が急に現れて言ってきたんです。村山隆を弁天社で預かっている。返してほしければ裏切り者が一人で来ることだと。それで遊郭の人たちからタカさんはあなた様に何やら相談していたようだと聞きました。もし何か知っているのならお願いです。タカさんを助けてあげてください。
Okay. It's like just over there. I kind of thought I heal out of fights, but maybe I don't. Or it just didn't show there.
起きて破りにはしよう。たわいもない。
Rough time to run out of stamina. Didn't even counter it off. Wasn't quite ready for that. Or at least I thought I was, but I timed it wrong. Don't quite get the timing on that one. I think I'm going late though. Didn't realize that was a dash. Yeah, we got him.
Ah, 来てくれてよかった。しかし、ずいぶん思い詰めた顔をしておいでですね。正直に話してくれるのですね。やはり私をさらったのはあなたの古いお仲間でしたか。謝罪は無用ですわ。でもそのお心だけはいただいておきましょう。もしや私が怒るとお思いに？むしろ助けてくれて嬉しいわ。ほら、怒った顔などしていませんでしょ。よく見てください。ごめんなさい。 あなたが私を思い駆けつけてくれたことが夢のようで。でもそう、あなたは古い縁にとらわれていたのですね。あの方より逃れられぬ私と同じ。いえ、何でもございませんわ。さあ、お吉も心配していることでしょう。早く戻ってあげないと。そうですわ。あなたの軽馬であればすぐに。もしよろしければ後ろに乗せてくださりませんか。やはりあなたはお優しいですが、そんなに軽々しく受け入れてよいのですか。
Okay.
私もこのままというわけにはいきませんね。風が心地よいわ。こうしてあなたのそばにいるとなぜだか落ち着きます。もうすぐ着いてしまいますね。残念なのは私だけかしら。このままいつまでも二人で馬に乗っていたいわ。どこか遠くへ。いえ。
Yeah, we made it back. A little bit of property damage, it's fine.
大事ありません。心配をかけましたね。
あなた様もタカさんを助けてくれてありがとうございました。やっぱりあなた様なら何とかしてくれると思ったんです。あ、そういえばタカさん、あの方がいらしております。
そうですか。わかりました。あなたに会わせたい人がいます。危険を承知で助けに来てくださったあなたには私も秘密を明かさなくては。知ってしまったらもう引き返せませんよ。私の部屋でお待ちしております。後でいらしてくださいね。
Okay. Also, I did want to swap my weapon back to Oxtail Blade, because even though it might be nice to get... I guess I got a better dual-wield one that I didn't realize. Attack when at max health, attack for combos, counter spark, and attack on a panicked enemy. Because I wanted to go back to Oxtail so that I can focus on getting more charm points. Because if I can get more charm points, I can just get more rewards from fugitives and other stuff. So let's grab this.
わしを知っておるか。それは我が先祖の異名だ。わしをそう呼ぶ者もおるようだがな。
実は私、イー様のお役目を手助けするため、この遊郭で上位派の方々の動向を探っているのです。あなたには知っておいてほしくて。ただ、このことはどなた様にも漏らしませんよ。 イー様とは長年の付き合いでございますので、少しでもこの方のお役に立ちたいと思っております。
不服か。言っておくが、わしが強いているわけではない。タカに関しては、出会って間もないお主よりわしの方が知っていると思うが。
私についてはここまでといたしましょう。せっかくの機会です。イー様に聞きたいことがおありなので
は。わしはこの日の本にとって必要なことを進めているのみ。お主にはわかるまい。上位派の輩か。あやつらはわしを切れば開国を止められると思っておる。愚かなことよ。わしには使命があるのだ。あのような連中、いちいち気にしておれぬわ。あやつか。話には聞いている。偉人と行動を共にしているそうだな。あやつの動向も気にかけておく。わしも忙しいゆえ期待はするな。今日はここまでだ。下がれ。くれぐれもわしらの邪魔をするでないぞ。
And another bond done. I got a charm point for that. See, I did kind of piece together that certain characters are also tied to certain stats, but I have no idea how to tell. Apparently there. So that's my rewards for getting the bond levels. Combined assassination with ally, intellect points boost to my stats, so they give me a lot of fighting stuff if I pair with them. So Shogunate is more focused on charm points in general, where Anti-Shogunate is more focused on combat, it seems like. Although Ryoma seems to be an exception, where he's also for charm points. So it is tempting to keep going for the Shogunate just so I can get those few extra charm points locked in, but I think I want to try to focus on maxing out my strength. Because that's the one that I'm by far the closest in and the one I'm getting the most use out of in terms of actual things I use in the game. Like, even though my weapon, my main one, is more suited to dexterity, I don't use a lot of the abilities from it, other than, like, bow. I guess the assassinate abilities, but I have to go down a huge tree to get those boosted. So in order to max the amount of rewards I get, which is basically all of my experience, I need 7 charm points.
本当に会えたら直訴してみるのもいいかもしれない。冗談は置いておいて、ハリスの話だ。あれ以来ハリスは身を隠してしまった。いずれにせよ条約が結ばれてしまった以上、今さら奴を撃っても無意味だ。そもそも君が追っているのはハリスではなく、黒船に乗ってきた侍の方じゃないか。あの侍を探すためにハリスの行方を知りたいんだろう。それなら横浜貴賓館で聞いてみるといい。幕府の連中と偉人が交流している場所だ。幕臣の福沢諭吉らが出入りしていると聞く。
桂さんとあんたも一緒ってことは。
いやあ、高杉君、やっと来てくれたね。これから例の件について話すつもりだ。実は松陰君の行方が分かった。彼は赤鬼に捕まって牢に入っているらしい。松陰君を救うため我々は手を打たなくてはならない。そんな時良い話をつかんでね。
水戸の連中が最近赤鬼を失脚させられるほどの大層な書状を手に入れたらしい。
これを我々の手で奪うことができれば松陰君を牢から出せるかもしれないというわけだ。だがハリスの件で我々はお上に目をつけられている。派手に動けば逆に書状のありかを悟られかねない。ここは君の手を借りられないか。水戸の者たちから書状を入手し、直接私の元へ持ってきてほしい。書状の件、君に頼めるかい？偉人に組みする赤鬼を排除し、松陰君を救出する。どちらも日の本のために必要なことだ。違うかい？ありがとう。恩に着るよ。無理を言うようだが、水戸の者はできるだけ殺めないでほしい。今回はやり合うことになるが、敵ではないからね。
保土ヶ谷に恋の情報屋をやっとく。まずはそいつと落ち合ってくれ。
Okay. I'm gonna do the optional one. Just to get all the dialogue at least, even though I'm probably gonna commit to the anti-shogunate here because I want to build up those other stats to get more like combat specific things.
Irasshatta no ne. では今度こそ鬼の手の侍の件についてお話ししましょう。そちらの依頼は水戸の侍たちが持つある書状の入手です。その方たちの拠点に乗り込み書状を奪った上、直接私の手元に届けてほしいのです。直接でございますよ。侍たちが騒ぐならしかるべき対応をお願いいたします。書状の件お願いできますか？助かりますわ。では保土ヶ谷の宿場町へ足をお運びください。そこに協力してくださる方がおりますので。
I don't know if they'll get mad if I do the other one. Because I've not seen anything lower bond rating. But I've seen like even just agreeing with them will increase it. Or did I accidentally lock in my choice there by accident? Because it said it was optional to talk to her, which I did. But I don't know if that option that I picked was the bad one. Because I mean, it gave me bond, but it also, I don't know if it like meant that I committed to that side. Or if it's like whoever I drop the letter off with is the one I side with in the end.
今回働いてくれるやつってのはあんたか。話は聞いてるよ。愛想のねえお人だな。まあいいさ。こっちは金さえもらえりゃ文句はねえからな。さっきやけに周りの目を気にしたお侍のご一行があそこの旅籠に入ってった。きっとあいつらさ。この手の連中は交代で根津の番をするって決まってる。緊張の解ける明け方を狙うといい。書状を回収したらここでお茶を。待ってるぜ。
Okay, so those two are unable to join. I want to take this one off because it said I should do this unarmed. I'll just take off my main weapon for now. Didn't realize it had defaulted to my armed weapon. In fact, is there an option to restart the mission? Because I feel like that's already a pretty big thing to mess up. It's only 2 enemies in. Go ahead and reset it. I didn't realize it was going to default to my offhand weapon. Maybe it's because I already had it equipped. I wonder if I was supposed to pick the name when I was doing that. And maybe that's because it feels like it's defaulting to the Pro Shogunate one. Yeah, I already failed one of the optional missions because I took out a single enemy. Ideally, I wanted to land in there and crawl in that window, because it seems like there's a chest there. Dude. I thought there was a chest in here, unless I'm... Looks like it's over there. Corner of this building. guess I could break that. Or there's a way in the back. If I find 2 formidable enemies, then I get all optionals done, as long as I never take off unarmed. There's one. Apparently I missed my assassination attempt, or I can't do it while unarmed. Okay, that's again. There's one. Get everybody healed up. And more loot. There's the other formidable one. That was a bit close. And we got all the formidable ones. Just gotta beat the mission and we're done. If I don't kill anybody, then we get all the stuff. That was a lot of damage. Thought I was gonna get the block there. Ugh. Didn't realize what that ability was doing.
取らせた。
渡さぬぞ、察しがいてでも。
And I think we win. I'm surprised that actually didn't get the finishing blow there. There we go. Converted all the karma over, so I got an intellect, it looks like a charm, and a regular skill point. And I need 3 strength for the one that I was hoping for. I need 1 more charm to get more rewards. I feel like I should just save up for 6 on this one to give myself more medicine. Although, medicine efficiency is a tempting option. Is there a way for me to get up to the roof or find the market salesman? Because it says they're 9 meters from here, but I don't know where... if it's up or down. Okay, there's a ladder up there. It looks like if I find a way to the roof, I can get the vendor stuff, which I think I would probably go from here, because there was a way to grapple up. I just kind of want to see if they have anything good before I leave the mission. Nothing special. Maybe we sell some stuff, because why not? That's big money if I sell that one, but I don't know if I want to or if I should save it for something. Like to transfer the abilities, for example. These are probably the ones that I should be selling. I didn't realize I could sort by rarity, so I can just sell everything that's bad. Although I should have probably guessed, I just wasn't looking at the sword options. I can probably reasonably assume anything that's low rarity doesn't have an ability that's worth moving up. Like, sure, there's karma acquisition and stuff like that, but there's probably a better version of it on more rare items. I didn't realize just holding the button down and then skimming across highlights all of them that way. $8,000 money for selling a bunch of stuff that's bad quality, mostly. I think there might have been like some uncommon, but nothing particularly good.
疲れたろ。症状を届けるのはこっちに任せな。あんたがタカとカツラの両方に依頼を受けてるの知ってんだぜ。俺が高値をつけた方に渡しておく。儲けは折半だ。書状を渡さねえならこのことを両方にばらすぜ。奴らの信用をなくしたくはねえだろ。さあ、いい加減書状を渡しな。あんた、ろくな死に方しないぜ。
Got a whole bunch of stuff there. Gonna do the bond quest here. And I'm probably gonna go anti-shogunate for the turn-in. I just feel like it's too hard to pass up all the combat bonuses. Even though, like, siding with the shogunate does give me, like, the one stat that gives me more rewards across the board. I just can't, like, justify getting rid of all of those characters now, and they haven't introduced enough characters for shogunate for me to want to side with them yet.
いや、会って早々に悪いが聞いてほしい。先日私のもとに差出人不明の果たし状が届いたんだ。この時世だ。まっとうな果たし合いとは思えんが、罠にしてはやり口が雑だろ。とにかく相手を確かめておきたくてね。本来なら高杉君らに同行を頼むべきだが、幕府の目がある。今長州の者が連れ立って騒ぎを起こすわけにもいくまい。そこで代わりに浪人の君に同行を願いたい。虫のいい話だがどうか頼む。そういえばあまり見せたことがなかったかもね。最初に手合わせした時は無様なものだったし。こう見えても私だってやるときはやるんだ。君にだって遅れを取る気はない。果たし合いの時と場所は書状に記されている。ここでしばらく待って時が来たら出発するよ。いいかな。よし、すまないがよろしく頼むよ。
And time to put it back on my main weapons.
よし、行こうか。正直、君が来てくれたのは意外だったよ。この件はおそらく君が追う侍とは関係ないからね。まあ、君にも事情があるんだろうが。
いくぞ、あそこだ。
慎重に行こう。
It definitely feels like I'm a little bit over leveled for a lot of things here. Like I've hit a point where even like main missions are just kind of not the biggest challenge. Isn't necessarily a bad thing, because I have been doing everything that's available to me pretty much.
いかにもという侍がいるな。準備はいいね。言葉はいらん。手合わせだ。
まだだ。思ったより動けるな、桂さん。
And the heal.
見くびられていたとはね。
And we got him.
やるな。幕府相手に派手に動くだけのことはある。またいずれ会うことになるだろう。
私の器を測りに来たのかい？用が済んだかのような口ぶりだが。さて、君ならどうする？そうか。私も同意見だ。
噂通りの甘いお人だな、桂さん。
我々長州の動きは今や幕府以外にも注目されているようだ。ここはできるだけ穏便に行くべきだろう。あの立ち筋、薩摩のものだろうか。その上あれほどの手だれとなれば、いや決めつけも良くないな。ま、君が味方である限りはどうとでもなる。実を言うと途中で君に背中をバッサリいかれないか気が気じゃなかったよ。嬉しいことを言ってくれる。君を疑うのもこれきりにしないとな。今日はありがとう。
Got a bond established. Got a ton of things there, and we got level 1 for anti-shogunate. My justification for going here is also that the leader they were taking down was kind of a jerk. Like, even when I was offering to help him, he's like, well, I guess maybe I'll think about it if I have time. But I'm a very busy man, so don't expect it. Definitely don't want to buy any weapons. Gifts are tempting, but I'm going to save up for stats. Although, technically, getting stats does give me more skill points. Or getting gifts does give me that indirectly, because if I get enough bond levels, then I get a stat for the character it's associated with.
Yeah. 来てくれたか。書状があるなら、まずは見せてくれるかい？水戸の者らの犠牲を抑えてくれたことは伝え聞いている。君の働きには心底感謝するよ。だがダメだ。書状には因がない。やはりこれは偽物だ。 我らは踊らされていたんだ。先ほど仲間から知らせがあってね。陽動のため保土ヶ谷の侍たちは偽の書状を持たされたらしい。本物は中山道を使って運ばれていたが、結局それも幕府に奪われてしまったそうだ。徒労に終わってしまい、面目次第もない。保土ヶ谷で何か変わったことはなかったかい？黒船に乗ってきた侍の情報もなしか。申し訳なかった。ずうずうしいようだが、これからも力を貸してくれ。
大丈夫かい？返せ。あれは貴様らが手にして良いものではない。幕府が朝廷の命を握りつぶす気か。やめてくれ。
どうせすぐ処刑されるのにな。
愚かな。今偉人どもと感化を交えれば日の本ごと焼かれよう。
朝廷の勅書は大老井伊直弼の手で葬り去られた。井伊直弼は倒幕の芽を摘むため容赦のない弾圧を開始した。
Okay, a little bit more progress. I don't think I'm close enough in stats to spend my things. Nope. And I think in general we're done with everything that's available. Unless something new appeared. If it did, then I don't see. Actually, there's a new landmark there apparently that I just missed. Might not be new, but I did just outright miss it. So we'll go grab that. I'm gonna give this chest one quick look again. Yeah, still not seeing anything that looks particularly out of place. There is like a nearby tower that gives me the impression that I'm supposed to glide to this, but I don't see where it would want me to go from there. Again, unless there's like a underground path that I missed. There is this whole section here, but it looks like I can't go in there because I'm guessing it's too low to the ground. I feel like the only answer is to use the one entrance I found and then just start breaking everything until either something happens or nothing happens and it's locked by something else. It does look a bit brighter in here now, though. This definitely looks like it's just a door that opens. Like that looks like a door. But I just can't do anything with this. So maybe it's like a reward for doing something else. Because it would have to be in this corner of the building if there's anything else. Which either means it's that door and it's blocked for now. Or there's another way into this corner of the room from like the roof or something. But I don't see any way that I can get in from this part of the house. And I didn't see any entrances in on the other side. I think we just go for the landmark and either I look it up or we come back later and hope that there's something to do. Because it's a landmark, I know I just gotta get close and then I probably get credit for that. Which I did. Maybe I just do a quick peek. So I did confirm it's story locked, so I can't do that one. I feel like I'm going to be jumping between the Shogun and anti-Shogunate forces. Because I don't feel like I want to commit to either one a whole bunch. And it also kind of seems like story-wise it doesn't really matter.
願わくは花の下にて春死な。
おや、どなたですか？僕は中津の侍で福沢諭吉と申します。今は学問をしながら幕府の下役として働いています。こちらはイギリスの通詞のアーネスト佐藤さんです。
はじめまして。僕は福沢さんに日本語を習っていたところです。
もう教えることなんてほとんどなさそうですけどね。僕の方がもっと英語を教わらないと。
君はどういった用事でここへ？アメリカのハリス公使。あの人ならば。
待ってください。ハリス殿に何の用です？あの方は先日襲われたばかりだ。よく知らないあなたをおいそれと合わせるわけにはいきません。そこそこ腕も立ちそうだし資格かもしれない。ん？何やら事情がおありのようですね。
福沢さん、君も講師に会いたがっていただろう。いっそこの人と一緒に行くのはどうだい？仮にこの人が資格でも君が一緒なら手を出せない。何せ君は辰巳流居合の達人だ。 違うかい？
わかりました。気は進みませんが、佐藤さんがそう言うなら。
ハリス講師は神奈川宿のとある寺にいる。正確な居場所は福沢さんに伝えておくよ。
てっきり佐藤さんも来てくださるものかと。
最近あの辺りでは西洋人が次々と襲われていてね。僕はやめておくよ。君たちは日本人だから大丈夫だと思うが。
物騒ですね。僕が先に行って様子を見ておくことにします。神奈川宿で待っていますよ。
Okay. Character unlocked. I'm gonna go back to the longhouse real quick and see who's there. Or check if the cat's ready.
Yo, 帰ってきた。
I did get another slot for a mission. Got 11 and I can do 2 more missions. So I'll get worse rewards for this one, but I might as well do it just to get all of them. I did get a new scroll and I don't remember what it does. Coin acquisition, item drops. I have 2 for weapon proficiency, it just depends on which one I want, which I guess I'm fine with that one. People who like folk art or people who like history. Those I don't have enough dedication to know who likes what or who I should be focusing. I didn't realize that I had multiple visitors.
ようおいでくださんした。まあ、いかぬ話でござりんしょう。猫はわちきにとって好きや嫌いで語れる類のもんではありんせん。ただあの子らのか細い声を聞きんすと胸の内から溢れ出す思いがござりんす。主さんには不思議な話に聞こえんしょうが他に申し上げようもござりんせん。わちきの小国？さよなことを聞いても面白うはござりんせんしょう。どこで誰の娘として生まれどう育てられたか主さんが好きなように決めておくんなんし。夢のうちは夢もうつつも夢なれば覚めなば夢もうつつとを知れ。ここはわちきと主さんの夢の中。されば夢もうつつと同じでござりんすよ。まあ主さんはまこと野暮天でありんすな。わちきは花魁でござりんすよ。太夫ともなればちいとはわがままも通るもの。港の暮らしは楽しゅうおざりんす。おざりんすけれど嘘ばかりの楼閣に 誠の幸せなぞあるはずもありんせん。さよでござりんすか。
Didn't mean to talk to her again. Accidentally tabbed up one too many times.
ようおいでくださんした。さよでござりんすか。
Because there's one person here I also haven't talked to yet.
会えて嬉しいよ。
No gifts that he would like.
僕が知っていることなら何でも答えるよ。ああ、言っていなかったかな。僕は初代や先代が残した記録に記された全ての発明品を再現したいと思っているんだ。中には未完成の設計図もあるんだけど、西洋のからくりの仕組みを使えば多くは完成させられるはずだ。僕が横浜に移り住んだのもそのためさ。ここなら西洋のからくりを見られる機会も多いからね。
So, looks like that's all the dialogue options for them, and I have no good gifts.
そうかい。ならいいんだけど。
So we'll talk to Ryoma, then we'll leave. Yeah, it seems like other than that one spot, everything that I need is logged by story. Okay. So that's all of the dialogue I have. I'm guessing as I get more stats, maybe they show up more, which is why the people who I have the highest bond with are already there. Part of me does want to try the dojo again, because I still need to get a master rank there. And if I get master for dojo, that is a free trophy. And I forget what the other reward was. Also, maybe there's another person to spar with who also gives me something.
承知しました。あなたの実力、しかと拝見しましょう。
There is more people to spar with. Silver coin for those two. If I get the lowest rank. That was me trying to heal and it didn't activate. It also looks like I get more saber training if I win this. It's off on the timing there. You need to get a bit better at the range timing. Specifically on those, probably. And we won. I took more damage than I would like, and it probably wasn't super fast, but we got through it. Got a novice. So I got the saber training and the silver coins. Let's try one more time. A little bit off on that jump. Way early on that one. Just really off on that one timing. And we won. That felt faster, but I took more damage. So, still novice. I do still get a reward for beating it on those ranks, it's just not nearly as good. Wasn't much stamina. Ran out of key at the worst time. If I get that. I just keep getting tired. That don't know if it's because I'm like trying to commit too hard to combos, or if it's because I'm not focusing enough on counters.
遠慮はいらん。全力で来るがいい。
Early on that one. And early on that one. Nah, I was way early on that one. And just early on, every time he does red move. That's a little bit better. Yeah, we won. I think I took less damage, but I don't know how better it was overall. So far, that's my best attempt, but still not good enough for a higher rank. I'll try once more and then swap partners.
遠慮はいらん。全力で来るがいい。
That's starting to get better. I wasn't ready for that triple. Never seen him do that before. That was close.
腕は確かなようだな。
Yeah, we won.
もう十分だ。ここまでにしよう。
Still novice. I just can't get out of that novice range. Yeah, if I were to get a rank higher, I could get Western cigars. I can get bonus armor if I get level 3, and then I get a weapon for master. But more importantly, if I get master, I get a trophy.
よいしょ。ここは私が。
I forgot how delayed the hits are. missed. I was trying to get that knockout there. That was rough. But we got there. I just felt like I was doing almost no damage towards the end there. Intermediate on the first try is not bad. I was doing okay at the parries, but then I kind of just fell apart trying to try to get the last bit of health done. Didn't realize how low that swing was going to be. Wasn't ready for the kick. I've never seen him do a kick. And I was way early. And we won. But was it good enough? I did get a weapon proficiency, but it was better than what I did. But still not good enough for master. By like quite a wide margin, because I think it's 7,000 I need. I'm getting 5,000 my highest. That was a better start than before. And because they went at a real weird angle to attack. And got me again. So I took substantially less damage, but how well did I do overall? I got to advanced, and apparently I got his I got a charm point off of that. Which gave me armor. I'll try one final time. Because even though I like saved a whole health bar, it gave me not a whole lot. Wasn't quite on time for that one. Yeah, we got him. I definitely focused on being really aggressive there at the end. Which was worse than my last one because I think I took more damage. It seems like the max score possible, I think, is like 10,000 based on the online rankings I saw, which I assume is like you do perfect and get as quick as possible. I was way early on that one. Way early on that one again. And I lost. That one felt real close, but then I got a few bad mess ups. I feel like if I can get through with like losing one health bar, then I can pretty much get the score I need. Finally got an early one of those. Yeah, we got him. With almost no health lost. And we got it. We got the trophy. Yeah, so like 10,000 seems to be the highest anybody's managed to get. Where I'm like low 8,000s. But we got the trophy, which is all we really need. I will probably want to do more of them to get like trainings.
まさかここまでの実力とは。
How many charm points am I at now? I think I should have enough for the thing I wanted. Which I do. If I get 4 more points, I'll be getting max karma rewards for pretty much everything. I didn't realize that also gives me silver coins, which is huge. Because that means I can theoretically buy more skill points. Speaking of buying more skill points, let's go do that. Because still, strength is probably going to be the first one I max out of all of them. Just because it's the one I'm by far the closest to. So might as well buy thing there. Forget how many I needed to get the one I was saving up for. Got enough for Intimidate. So Cower duration is increased. I didn't realize there was another level of that. 5 for the next one. And now for story. Because I don't think there's any new side quest added. Or at least I didn't see them. Still can't complete any areas until I get more story done. Like, theoretically, there's that one area that I can just wander around until something happens, but this one I could wander around until I find a thing. Probably there. Yeah, I think we just go story. We might get through chapter 1 if I'm extremely lucky. Because we're through the biggest bulk of the grindy section. And now it's kind of just moving forward in story until I'm unlocking more stuff to do. Also, I didn't realize that the chance encounters were giving me silver coins, which is an added reason to do them, other than the trophy.
注意してください。思っていた以上にここは危険です。ハリス殿はあちらの本岳寺にいると聞いていたのですが、見てきたところ上位派の集団に占拠されていました。ハリス殿の姿も見当たりません。一体どこへ？あそこは開国直後に最初のアメリカ領事館として接収された寺です。それゆえこの村からコロリが広まったという噂があります。もちろん非合理で根も葉もない噂です。ええ、ハリス殿の身に何かあってからでは遅いですね。行きましょう。こちらですよ。本岳寺は600年ほど前に開かれた寺なんですが、開国して以降はもっぱらアメリカの施設として使われていました。コロリの蔓延、偉人を狙う上位派の長領、宿場全体がめっきりきな臭くなってしまいました。先の亡骸は この辺りのもののようですね。上位派は日本の民までも。西洋憎しでこんな暴挙に及ぶとは、なぜ上位派は彼らの文化を受け入れようとしないのでしょう。今のに。さて、本岳寺にいなかったということは、ハリス殿はおそらくこの辺りへ逃れているはず。上位派もハリス殿を追っているのでしょう。今さら講師を切って何になるというのか。さあ、私たちもハリス殿を探しましょう。ええ、行きましょう。上位派は気が立っているはず。注意しましょう。守備よくことが運べば、彼らからハリス殿の居場所の手がかりをつかめるかもしれません。
I guess I would have gotten the trophy for this mission, probably, even if I didn't have it already. Unless he counts as an ally. Ah, well. I was real late on that one. Enemy weakened because I took down one of them. There's another one. Treasure chest over there. Let's go for that. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that because why not? I assume there's gonna be a formidable enemy near there, because it feels like the obviously optional pickup. That was early. Another one done. I didn't realize that I was gonna let me get a critical there, because I would have taken it. Got a couple silver coins. Only 2 spots left. I am going through a little bit more of my healing than I would have liked, probably. Problem is, it feels like it's a 50-50 guess on whether it's the story one or whether it's the one with the optional quest I want. No sign of any enemies around here. Even when I'm pinging everything. Okay, so it's probably this building. This was the one that had the chest earlier. $11,000 money if I want to upgrade that one. Or I get 3 hand upgrades for that one. Sure, why not? I feel like this is gonna be the main story one because I know that there's a thing that's locked in there by story. The nice part about the tackle that I don't think I realized is it gives me quite a bit of range to activate it. Formidable one. Yeah, we got him. I was right to avoid that one. Especially because that was the one that... the only one that required me to, like, sneak in through something. So that just seemed very obviously suspicious. We'll top off my items, and in we go. And now this door can be interacted with. Throw a shield at me. Guess I was off on that time. That one I also don't know the timing on, unless I need to like block the shield in order to get it. Down on his early. Double shield bump. I wish my ally was helping at all. There we go.
待ってください。フランスのブリュネ殿でしょう。僕です、僕。福沢諭吉です。
ああ。前に横浜貴賓館で会ったな。福沢、なぜお前がここに？
佐藤さんの紹介でハリス殿に会いに来たんですよ。ここにおられるんですよね。
講師、出てきても安全です。
ブリュネ君、ご苦労。フランス軍を頼って正解だった。なんてことだ。君まだ生きていたのか。私を付け狙うのも大概にしてほしいものだ。本当か？誰に雇われて私を襲ったのか知らないが、金払いなら私の方がいいぞ。君を始末し損ねたあの用心棒のことかね。そういえばあの時かの者と何やら話していたな。わかった。ならば取引をしようではないか。あの者の情報と引き換えにゴロツキ退治に手を貸したまえ。
我らはゴロツキの集団に襲われ本学寺から逃れてきた。このままでは身動きが取れん。連中を一人一人相手にしていてはキリがない。俺とお前、福沢の3人で一気に親玉を仕留めるぞ。親玉を潰せば他の者は逃げ散るだろう。見たところ数を頼みにした烏合の衆だ。
私が助かったら領事館にいた護衛の侍について知っている限りのことを教えてやる。どうだ？
よし。では、奴らの目につかぬよう、一人ずつここを出るぞ。本学寺を見下ろす高台で落ち合おう。
I'm guessing that's tracked as a different mission. It looks like it is. So now, can I get the treasury? I can. I would like to get whatever this is, because I don't know why it's golden and I want to know. Way early on that one. dodging those hits. Didn't realize I had disengaged the fight from them. Pretty much completely. And way early on that swing. And we won.
ありがとう。あんた命の恩人だ。少ないがこれを受け取ってくれ。
I got 1 silver coin out of that one. And I did get 2 more skill points out of that. Was there something I was working towards? I forget. Guess I'll grab that one. Because I am almost at the point where I just need strength points and then I can ignore this tree. Do I make my medicine better or save up for more medicine? I think more medicine is probably the better pick. Otherwise, we're mostly done with everything here other than the story. And this was the temple that I went to earlier where I cleared out a bunch of the guys who were there. But I'm assuming it's going to be a designated mission area again, because that seems to be the trend. And then the area changes once it's done, which is neat, but it does cause some weird disconnects, like that one treasure chest being available on the minimap, but not to me.
先ほどただならぬ眼光の男が本堂へ入っていきました。きっとあれが親玉でしょう。さて、突入の準備は良いですか？はい。ではここは闇夜に紛れていきましょう。烏合の衆とはいえ、
多勢に無勢だな。行くぞ。
I think we're good to go.
手を貸してやろう。
I just want to make sure that I check there in case I need to get something else. This is working out well. Got an aerial attack or I got proficiency there. Almost didn't make that jump. Almost enough karma for a level. I'm not doing the intended method where it seemed like they wanted me to be stealthy. Really on that one. Appreciated the archer would not. It was a really slow stab. And another group done. Chest, it looks like it's through here. I have found none of the formidable foes. Couldn't get the dash in. I was really hoping for this dagger to land there. Really early on that one, Kelly. There's the formidable foe. I guess I just skip past them because I jumped down. And we got one. There's one more somewhere. But I feel like we've cleared out this side of the map. So either that area is wrong where it's telling me to go, or there's somewhere else. It seems like it could be anywhere in this complex. See very well in this area. There's the forward landing. And we got him. I accidentally popped 2 pills there. Didn't want to do that. And we didn't get any more back. I was kind of hoping that would give me the dash attack, but it didn't. I think it's because I'm not doing like a full dash. I need to like be sprinting at them. And I missed my out window. And let's get the refill. And I converted all my karma over. And we're nowhere near another one. So with that, time to finish the mission. Oh, hi. That explains the merchant in here. Basically giving me something to prepare myself right before the big fight. If I could figure out how to get to them. Probably just down the other side. I don't know if there's anything I really want to upgrade. Just do a big one to my shoes.
どうぞごひいきなぜお前がここに邪魔するのだ切るクソ俺に続けなんと偉人の犬に成り下がっていたこんなもので私の動きは止まらんぞまだだまだやれるなぜ偉人どもの味方をするできるんだだがこれからだ
Way early on that one.
私の腕を見極めたと思うな
I didn't expect them to break out of that because of the counter. I think they were still glowing red, so I thought they were not able to move. And we're done. Not quite. Okay, we're like one hit away. And we got it. That was real unfortunate that my character went down.
なぜ偉人に味方する 関係ない公の問題ではないのだ知っているかこの村には最初のアメリカ領事館が置かれ そこからコロリが蔓延した。日の本の民を守るには偉人と交わるべきではなかった。私はそれを世に示すため戦っているつもりだ。
親玉の号令で他の者は散っていったぞ。よくやってくれた。
分かっている。前の奇妙なボディーガードのことだな。昔ペリー提督が横浜で捕らえた侍だ。あの者はアメリカに連れて行かれ保護されていた。敵でないことに心底安堵したものだ。知らんぞ。私はあの者を護衛として雇ったに過ぎない。まあ航海中日本の情勢については詳しく聞けたが、強要などできるわけがない。自ら進んで語ってくれたのだ。おかげで我らは日本とうまく通商条約を結ぶことができた。がその後あの者は姿を消した。私の知っているのはこんなところだ。質問を許そう。アメリカで作られた機械仕掛けの腕だ。砲弾や鉄線を打ち出せる物騒な代物だったな。確か通商条約が結ばれた次の日だ。9金も待たずに出て行ったよ。イギリスからも用心棒として声がかかっていたようだが。ではもう引き上げさせてくれ。また知りたいことがあれば日を改めて聞こう。
福沢、俺は講師をどこか安全な場所へ移す。落ち着いたら横浜貴賓館を通じて連絡しよう。
ハリス公使と縁を結べましたね。この先アメリカのことをいろいろ聞けそうだ。僕はいつかアメリカへ留学に行くつもりなんです。あの吉田松陰が失敗した夢は僕が成しましょう。そりゃ知っていますよ。それにしても残念です。吉田松陰は幕府転覆を企んだ罪とやらで追われています。今頃はもう捕まっているでしょう。僕も帰ります。また会いましょう。
Two new bonds.
その方、今何と申した？
何度でも申し上げましょう。幕府はその役目を終えたと。故に私は民草一人一人に決起を促さんとしておりました。この国の新たな形を作り上げるために。
民草に何ができよう。今こそ幕府のもとに集わねば異国に太刀打ちできまい。幕府が力強く民を従えてこそこの国は守られるのだ。
ではこの大国がいい大老が望む国の形だと。
お上を恐れぬ不届きな所業許しがたし、よって打ち首獄門を申し渡す。たたい。
So now we got new bond quests because we got new characters. Apparently there's another bond quest here. Let's do this one because the other two are right next to each other. Almost up to another level, but not super close to getting more karma.
お前か。なぜ神奈川宿で偉人の味方をしていたのだ。アメリカ領事館に現れたやつか。はあ。だからハリスめと行動を共にしていたわけか。お前にも事情があるのは分かった。これ以上詮索するつもりはない。ただし偉人の手先として働いていたことは見逃せない。もしお前が我々の信用を得たいと思うなら一つ提案がある。私はある幕吏に天誅を下すためにここに来た。お前も付き合え。日の本の民のため命を張れると示してほしい。よし、早速出発する。詳しいことは道中で話そう。私に続け。これからのところへ向かう。立場を悪用し、偉人からの賄賂で懐を肥やしている輩だ。とりわけイギリスと懇意にしている。奴の周りにはイギリスの兵がうろついていると聞く。まったく腐りきっている。日の本を守るべき役人がこのありさまとはな。奴を見つけたら教えるぞ。
No optional things here. Don't like a ranged guy just kind of hanging out there. Guess I was off on that timing. Guess I have a disadvantage at all types of people's my status. And I missed my timing, but I won the fight, so it didn't matter. That was unfortunate. I both missed the assassinate and activated pretty much everybody here. I was way early on that one. do some more medicine. And we made it up. Yellow lotus there. Oof. Don't want to get my dizzy again. Or at least I'd rather not. And I got my level up. And I got him.
この天柱が世に伝われば、袖の下をもらう役人も減るだろう。民草の役に立てたな。ご苦労だった。お前は日の本の民のため、自らの身を顧みずに働ける人間だ。それが分かれば信じられる。真の意味で同志になれたというわけだ。今後は私もお前のために命を張ろう。改めてよろしく頼む。
Okay, another one of those missions done. Got a foreign book. And now 2 more bond quests, and then all that's left is story. Also, I can do another foreign book turn-in, but I don't know if I can get more items unless I progress the story far enough. Only 26 coins, so I can't buy any stat buffs.
待ってたよ。ちょうど今福沢君に事情を話していたんだ。
必要なのは毒薬と解毒薬ですか。簡単に手に入る毒となるとフグでしょうか。
ああ、確かにフグはご禁制の魚だけどみんなこっそり食べてるしね。
いや、やっぱりやめませんか。薬の作り方が少しでも間違っていれば本当に死んでしまいます。
そうかもしれないけど、役人に逆らえばどうせ殺される。命を落とす危険を冒してでも僕はこの策にかけてみたいんだ。おっと、君にも説明しておかないと、これから僕たちが何をするのか。役人たちは僕を打ち首にすると言って脅かしてくる。だからいっそ先に死んでやろうと思ってね。
役人の前で死んでみせて、その後で息を吹き返す。毒をうまく使えばできないことはないかもしれません。
強欲な役人もさすがに死人から何かを脅し取ろうとは思わないだろう。うん、我ながら明暗だな。
石灰水にいくつか特別な薬剤を混ぜて調合してみますが、それでうまくいくかどうか。
福沢君なら作れるさ。大丈夫。失敗しても化けて出たりしないから。 さてと、まずはフグの毒を調達しないとね。君に頼んでもいいかな。この近くの店でも頼めばフグ料理を出してくれるらしい。そこへ行けば毒を分けてもらえるんじゃないかな。
手に入ったら僕に届けてください。
Chef's over here. I haven't really checked around a lot of the merchant shops, but I also don't know how often it's going to be worthwhile to do so. So I did see an event somewhere over here. And this is like exactly the area that I need to have it happen in. Because I need more bond levels for this area. So if I get this done, I hope I get credit for that area. That was a big swing. I wasn't ready for the huge delay. Accidentally ate two. Never quite ready for the delayed hit. Yeah, we got him. Another skill point. A little bit of a bond bonus for there, but not enough to finish it. That one seems like it's gonna be tricky. I forget what I get for... So I've already got the collection thing, so I don't know if there's any bonus to getting bond. Other than, like, maybe it's more frequent when I get stuff. There's a dog.
Oh, そいつはコンピラ犬じゃねえか。そいつにお願いするとあちこちの神社にお参りしてくれるんだ。少し時はかかるけどな。道中は人に面倒見てもらうから金を持たせておくといい。その代わり何かもらってくることもあるぜ。逆に人のコンピラ犬を見かけたら面倒見てやりな。きっといいことがある。早速お参りに行ってもらったらどうだい。
Fix a money pouch to the pilgrim dog and send it to a shrine in your stead. You'll bring bearing silver coins, charms, and other rewards. For money, give your dog, the greater the reward you're bound to receive. Sending on pilgrimages will increase the likelihood of encountering others. Gave him a third of my money.
お好みの物もありましょう。
Don't really need anything there. And I wanted to come here mostly so I could touch the banner to get my medicine back before doing the side quest. Just in case there's more fights to happen. And we made it.
いらっしゃい。お一人で。お客さんもフグ好きなんですかい。あいにくフグは品切れでしてね。長州のお武家様方が買い占めたとかでどこも品薄みたいですよ。買い占めていった方々に譲ってもらうのが早いでしょうが、難しいでしょうな。長州の方々はフグが何より好物ですから。まあそれでも行くってんなら止めませんけどね。彼らは館内の南にある12店舎で宴会してるそうですよ。人里離れた場所でご金製のフグをたらふく食いたいんでしょう。運よく手に入ったらここに持ってきておくんなさい。あっしがとびきりうまいフグ料理をこさえますよ。
And it's way over here. Looks like this is the closest fast travel point. And we go. I don't really know if I was supposed to fight any of these or if I could have just snuck through. But here we are. Also, I might have enough karma where I can pop those flowers to get another stat. I think I do, so after this I'll definitely activate that. I think if I had stayed up on the roof I would have been fine. I could have just probably entered in through there. I definitely thought there was a way up there, or at least I thought I've already been in there. But maybe not. Okay, so I needed to grab the shrine key. Also, I guess the dashing doesn't let me tame the pets to make them an ally, which is probably good to know. Oh, hi. Don't think that worked. I was trying to swap stances. And we got it. So first I want to go back here and then we'll turn in all my points. That'll give me a skill point to get something. In fact, I don't even need to turn in all the flowers because I got enough. That I think I can do with just this one. And this one. I feel like it's been a while since I've actually gotten fully knocked out anywhere. One more point and then I can get the highest cost thing here for skill points. There's so many like individual strength buffs I can get through here, because there's like 6 tiers of things. Which is probably a good thing that I want to lean more towards the anti-shogunate faction so I can get all those strength points.
おっと、フグが手に入ったんですかい。いいでしょう。あっしが極上のフグ料理をこさえますんで。それじゃあまずはさばいていきますね。お客さん、フグ料理が食べたかったんじゃなかったんですかい。さすがに毒だけを取り出してお譲りするなんてのは物騒すぎて承知できませんや。誰かを毒で殺そうってんじゃないんですね。まあこのフグの毒ならさほど強くないはずだし、いいですよ。お譲りしましょう。ついでに身の部分も持って行ってください。せっかくのフグだ。腐らせちゃもったいねえ。用が済んだらさっさと出てってくださいよ。
Okay.
そのなりにその背格好。俺のフグを盗んだ泥棒ってのはお前だな。今日はたらふくフグを食おうと決めてたんだ。切り身の一片たりとも譲れはせん。即刻返してもらおう。ご丁寧にさばいてあるのか。その殊勝な態度に免じて少しは手加減してやる。
Okay. A little bit too greedy. I was really trying to. And speaking of not dying for a while, I didn't get the heal off in time. Luckily, that's otherwise an easy fight. I just need to. I also like how technically dying lets you see every variation of the dialogue options. And I got my points back. There wasn't a lot, but I got them back. Guess my timing wasn't good enough there. And they got me again. I just keep running out of stamina at like the worst time because I'm trying to dodge. And then I'm going for like a heal and not getting it. So we go again. At least, yeah, I still don't think this fight's super hard. It's definitely getting slightly caught off guard. I should be probably play more defensive. Really, my timing's off there. I thought I had it. Even they like knock me back just enough that I missed the rest of the block. I think I should have it, unless I really mess up. It almost happened. I ran out of stamina again. I don't know the timing on that one. I feel like I'm going early. Yeah, we won. Doesn't look like they're gonna let me fast travel there. Unless I can zoom in. Looks like a no. I would have liked to heal up at the torch before getting back in case there's more to that. And we made it.
フグの毒は無事に手に入りましたか。よく分けてもらいましたね。毒だけ欲しがる人なんてそうはいないでしょうに。しかし伊賀七さんも変わり者だな。自ら毒を飲もうだなんて普通なら恐ろしくてできませんよ。からくりのことで役人に口を挟まれたくないのでしょうが、命を張ってまでというのは感心するほかありません。では奥で薬を調合してきます。少しお待ちを。お待たせしました。毒薬は伊賀七さんに、解毒薬はあなたがお持ちください。ええ、毒の方もだいぶ弱くしてありますから、正確には死んだように見せるだけなので。本音を言えばこんなことをやめてほしいんですが、伊賀七さんは覚悟を決めてしまっていますからね。さてと、伊賀七さんは写真館に戻っているはずです。薬を届けてあげてください。
Some nice bond levels there. It also looks like they're just letting me jump right in. There was a bond mission there, apparently. I didn't realize it before I teleported. I mostly just wanted to get there to make sure I'm fully healed up. because I didn't see my health.
そろそろいらっしゃい。福沢君から薬をもらってきてくれたんだね。福沢君特製の毒薬とこの前隠し蔵から取ってきた役立たずのからくり道具で役人たちを出し抜いてやろう。役人たちは奉行所で僕を待ってるはずだ。君さえよければすぐにでも行こうと思うけど、どうだい？よし、じゃあ僕についてきてくれ。
Like it's way off over that way. I guess luckily I can fast travel back there if I want. Guessing this is the closest, because it's higher up, so maybe I can glide to it. Kind of. Also, random event. Still need to do quite a few of these, and now that I know they give me silver coins, it definitely makes them even more worthwhile. Hypothetically, I should be able to get some progress towards my stat boost just by doing these. Okay, I saw a yellow lotus in there, so that's 100 karma. But otherwise, nothing too exciting. I wasn't watching my currency to see if they gave me any coins.
さあ、いよいよだな。僕が毒薬を飲んだらすぐに行動開始だ。まず僕は一人で入るよ。いつも通りに振る舞わないと怪しまれそうだから。僕は役に立たないからくり道具を見せて役人たちにそれらしく説明しているから、その間に入ってきてくれるかい？準備は万端。そろそろ毒薬を飲んでしまっていいかな？福沢君は別件を装ってもう中にいるはずだ。僕が倒れたら福沢君が死んだことを確かめてくれる。僕たちの関係を知らない役人たちはきっと信じるだろうさ。君と福沢君がそばにいてくれるから僕は安心して死ねる。死なないけどね。まずい。これで芝居の幕は上がった。行こう。
They apparently didn't survive the fall. It's a real weird area to try to get through. Don't think I'm gonna be able to climb up any of the sides. Got a little bit too greedy there. I like how our effect does seem to last quite a bit. Which I think is the one that reduces their stamina permanently. That dash assassinate does have its moments, and it works really well. Wasn't ready for the draw up there. I guess when they're knocked down, I can do a finisher that way. Little bit off the time there, but they're like basically extremely close to getting staggered. That's the optional part done. And I get all my healing items back. There we go.
先ほどの説明通りに使えば強力な武器にもなるはずです。
なるほど。扱いになれれば使えそうだ。何やつ。
すみません。この人は僕の仕事を手伝ってくれている人でして、ここへは来ないように言っておいたのですが。
おい、どうした？福沢殿、見てやってくれ。
わかりました。ごめん。残念ですが手遅れのようです。すでに事切れています。
本当に死んだようです。おい、伊賀七が持ってきたからくり道具を持ち出せ。誰にも見られてはならぬぞ。はっ。この一件を見てしまった以上生かしては返せん。出会え出会え、このくせ者を切り捨て。
And a big fight. I think I just realized what it means when it says it weakens enemies if I get the purple ones. Because they start off with lower stamina. Oof. real quick. Didn't realize that launches boulders. And we won.
もっと早く生き返らせてくれよ。もう少しで初代と先代が迎えに来るところだったじゃないか。
よかった。実は解毒薬の効果は期待できなかったので、毒自体を弱めておいたんです。でなければ死んでいたかも。とにかく無事に済んで何よりです。こんなこともう二度と頼まないでくださいよ。
それで僕の策はうまくいったのかい？おいおい、じらさないで教えてくれよ。
大丈夫ですよ。九段の役人は伊賀七さんが死んでいると思い込んだまま出て行きましたから。
よし、我が策なれりだ。これで世間では僕は死んだことになるはずだよ。
I got a Faithful Encounter trophy. I think that's because I like maxed out a personal bond with somebody. And I got a skill point to upgrade that. Just need 3 more, and I think there's another part. Yeah, there's another part of this tree, so I need 7 more to max out this one. I didn't realize that there was another slot to that until I looked. 3 more intellect until I get another pill. I have a lot of dexterity. I almost should maybe start leveling this just so I can use those points. That one I could see being useful because I'm starting to see enemies throwing stuff at me more. How are we doing? Rank 3 for this one. Okay, so there's my skill points. Oh, those are regular skill points? I want to see if there's a way I can tell if I can get a special skill point, but I'm not seeing it. Also, I kind of forgot that I do get more moves for like X or circle that I don't think I've been using. And now we'll go do this other bond mission. I did take a peek at how close I am to getting through chapter 1, and I'm like 6 missions away, like 6 main missions. Let's actually check how close I am on these. 25 is the max. There we go. Got a bunch of new things from that apparently.
あ あなたに相談があります。以前お話ししたアメリカ留学の件、各所に当たってみたのですが、色よい返事がもらえず、そこで思い立ったのです。今横浜に来ている黒船にはアメリカの進んだ品や書物があるはず。僕は決心しました。黒船に潜入し、工学のために必要なものを拝借します。そこはちゃんと考えてありますよ。数年前、黒船に潜入した人に助力を仰ぎます。いえ、その人はちゃんと生還していますよ。ご紹介しましょう。伊賀の忍者、沢村康介さんです。
お主には見覚えがある。黒船でペリー相手に暴れていた隠し刀だな。あの騒ぎのおかげで俺も判明を果たせた。
まさかあなたも黒船に潜入を？そんな人が2人も揃うなんて心強い限りです。
福沢殿には黒船から盗み出した文書を訳してもらった恩があってな。手を貸すことにした。こたびも船の積み荷に身を隠せば難なく入り込めよう。俺は後から甲板に忍び込み逃げ道を確保する。
すでに沢村さんがいつでも動けるよう準備してくれています。黒船への潜入、協力してもらえますよね。一つだけ言っておくことがあります。この仕事はあくまで知識を得るためのもの。できるだけ人は殺めぬよう頼みますよ。では沢村さん、お願いします。
Okay. So I got an intellect point for getting that one done. Let's go ahead and unequip that for now. Swap over to that before I forget.
うまく忍び込めましたね。
Prevent casualties is the only option, so I just need to basically progress the area and do the main mission, and just not swap to my sub-weapon.
You're dead!
Let's see if we can get the double. And we did. I will say I do think I'm putting a little bit more pressure myself to finish up some things than is probably needed. Like bond levels I feel like could naturally just appear naturally on their own depending on who I'm talking to, but I am kind of brute forcing some of them. Like for example, I did see like the lady turn in the cats will pretty much is guaranteed to max out as soon as I turn out the cats, but I am just kind of rushing through it with dialogue and gifts. Granted, I was doing that before I knew it would get maxed out by default, but it feels like there's nothing wrong with doing it faster, because I just get a skill point faster.
ほどの蒸気機関は優れた技術がないと作れません。それに大量の鉄と人手もいるはず。
Almost cleared out the ship. Looks like a lot of areas are blocked off. Although this is kind of heading back to where I came in. And basically back where I started.
Prepare yourself.
He's probably fine. I thought I saw there was one up here. I guess I can get stuck on them if I happen to be going up while they're climbing down.
随分と精巧な遠眼鏡ですね。伊賀七さんに渡して調べてもらいましょう。患者でしょうか。かなり弱っている。
Got my one medicine back that I used.
「老害です。もう肺以外にも症状が広がっている。
あの毒使いの女ならこの病を治す手を知っている。マジおめえ。
老害を治す。アメリカでは本当にそんなことができるように。亡くなったようです。せめて静かに眠らせてあげましょう。行きましょう。そろそろ頃合いです。沢村さんと合流しましょう。おや、沢村さんが見当たりませんが。
撃て！侵入者を逃がすな！
待ち伏せ！追い出されていたのか。
I was gonna worry about the timing on that one. Seems like I use a lot less stamina for this, for unarmed. But it also does less damage and doesn't break their defenses as much. Or at least that's what it does. I was trying to get my stamina back, but wasn't quite able to. Yeah, we got him.
遅れてすまん。危なかったが任務完了だ。
お二人ともありがとうございました。おかげで望みを叶えられました。それにお願いの通り人を殺めぬよう努めてもらいました。最後は仕方ありませんでしたが、それにしても一つ気がかりなことがあるんです。あの時目にしたものがまだ頭から離れなくて。ええ、あんな大砲があれば東洋の国々を脅すなど朝飯前です。西洋にはもちろんそういった面もある。お見通しですね。あなたにはかないません。老害で死んだ船員は毒使いなら病を治せると言いました。死ぬ間際のたわごとといえばそれまでですが、あの病は必ず死に至る毒のようなもの。それを毒で治すなど考えられない。
古の忍法に毒をもって毒を制す術があったと聞く。老害が毒ならそれを制する毒もあるやもしれん。
沢村さん、それを聞いて思い出しました。僕の医術の師が広めた酒刀のことです。酒刀は弱い毒を使って天然痘を防ぐというものでした。老害にも似たような治し方があるのかもしれません。やはりアメリカには未知の医術や技術がある。決めました。僕はどんな手を使ってでも必ずアメリカへ行ってみせます。そして多くのものを掴んで帰ってくる。老害の治し方もきっと。
And a new bond established. And also looked like I got a bond level up from doing the mission. And also the right dialogue options. Got an intellect point for that. So with that, I think the only thing left is story. Assuming I don't want to just wander around and wait for events to pop up. Which I really don't. It is weird that pretty much every area I've finished up except this one I'm missing a collection thing, which means I either need to get the bond level finished off so I can unlock it, or I just need to wander around until it pops up on the map. And this one, I've already got all the collection stuff, so I need to just wander around until events happen. And this seems like the harder one of the two, because I can probably narrow down major areas where I could find a collectible in the other area. But I would rather see if I can, like, get something that'll just activate it at some point. Like a side quest pops up or something. Bunch of random goodies, but I don't know if any are good, and I also don't feel like going through all of them. 20 minutes on the Pilgrim Dog. Cats are back. Yeah, it looks like I can only do the level 3 ones, and I don't know if that's by design or if it's coincidence. Don't think I want to do any dialogue right now. I've not really found any other major collectibles, so I don't think I have much to turn in. I think we just go for story. I guess technically the only other major thing I could do is try more gambling, but I think we're good. We got a fair amount of that.
ちょうどええところに聞いてくれ。赤鬼のやつ、松陰さんの処刑を決めたそうじゃ。なら話は早いぜよ。こちらは松陰さんの妹子の文さんだよ。役人に処刑の剣を匂わされたそうじゃ。
兄を助けるため力を貸してください。このままだと兄は。
兄氏と知らせるわけにはいかんき。皆を集めて桂さんのもとで知恵を出し合おうち思うちゃる。まずは新作と大満の旦那さんに知らせんとの。あいつら最近は桂さんと離れて動いちゃうき。草が玄瑞のことじゃ。文さんは玄瑞の奥さんでもあるぜよ。問題は新作じゃのう。まったくどこほっつき歩いちょるんじゃ。
新作さんでしたらおそらくは中華街にいらっしゃるかと。私が探してまいりますので、坂本さんは主人をお願いします。
文さん一人で大丈夫かの。新作が面倒を見てる連中は血の気の多いやつばっかりじゃのに。お前、文さんを追っかけて一緒に新作を探してやってくれんかい。わしは玄瑞を呼びに行くき。頼んだぜよ。
That is over there. Did almost mess up in activating the glide again. Found somebody's dog. Encounter pilgrim dog, a special kind of service dog distinguished by the money pouch wears around his neck. Pet them to earn silver coins. And to avoid unruly areas, restoring public order to a given area will increase your likelihood of encountering a pilgrim dog there. I get rewarded with very good currency for petting the dogs. I did forget to swap back from unarmed. I should do that now. I do kind of need to go for that event if I can. I was worried about getting pulled into story there. Man, they are really running.
ございます。こちらを受け取ってください。
So I guess I can catch them early if I'm lucky. But the more likely scenario is that they'll escape until they meet up with a bunch of allies. Because there was one who I just kind of walked up and caught him without any issues.
らしき人がこの先に出入りしていると聞き、確かめようとしたらいきなり囲まれてしまって。新作さんは多分この先にいらっしゃいます。けれどどうも最近かなり荒れているとの噂もあって、私が行った方が角が立たないと考えたのですが、この様子では足手まといになるばかりのようです。新作さんのこと、あなたにお願いしてよいでしょうか。ありがとうございます。どうかお気をつけて。私は桜屋でお待ちしております。
And another new bond. I guess I could use this if I really wanted to level up somebody. I'd almost want to swap him out for him, but these two are kind of faction specific, so maybe I just leave it to these. I think we'll just jump in.
油断のなきようにな。手を貸してやろう。
Defeat two formidable foes. That was kind of satisfying to just run up there and get the stabbing. Or get the parry in even. And one done. See, I think the term weaken that they use for this is that it automatically reduces their stamina cap of basically everybody in the mission area. Anytime I knock out a formidable foe. So if I take out like 3 or 4, then anybody who I run up to is gonna be in the range with like one combo. Found a path up here. And treasure. I've not looked at the map yet. That is a free skill point book. That I apparently have 2 of. And I needed 3 to get this one the next level unless I start going down this line. Which is kind of tempting. I think I want to get that because I'm starting to see unarmed matches more. Increase blood gauge is an interesting one because that means I could theoretically get longer combos, but the way the enemy stagger kind of undercuts it. That assassination attempt didn't go as well as I was hoping. There's another formidable enemy. I missed pretty much every parry attempt. Now, so even though that one ability I saw for blood gauge is interesting, it does cut into the one I want that gives me more rewards. It's definitely not worth it. And another banner. I could probably just 500 and then the yellow lotuses I'll just top off my skill point now. Okay. Let's just... I do kind of want to go down this line because it has some pretty good things, so I think I'll save up for that. We're not even really close to getting the strength ones, so I've definitely got time for that. Because I still need pretty much all those just pure strength points. So using it on an ability I'll almost never use intentionally, probably not worth the effort. Almost did another level though. I don't know if these enemies respawned or if they were just patrolling elsewhere. Because it feels like they all just kind of showed up randomly. Unless they respawned because of the banner that I lit, which is possible. But usually it only respawns them, I think, after I did actually sit down at it once. Never mind. I forgot when I slotted in my skill point, I sat back down at it. I think we're good there. I do like how the boss is also weakened because of the formidable foes. I think I accidentally ate two. Take us from right there. Wasn't ready for that. Way too early for that. And we won.
一本取られたぜ。あんた、運だけってわけでもないな。俺の騎兵隊を作ってたのさ。ぴったりなところだろ。幕府の目を逃れて悪巧みするにはよ。あんた、わざわざ俺にそれを伝えに来たのか。松陰さんが処刑されそうってんだろ。俺の耳にも入ってるよ。だがいいのか。そんなこと敵に教えちまってよ。あんた、幕府の手先なんだろ。まあ野放しにはできんな。だがもうどっちでもいい。あんたは切るには惜しいやつだ。今後は付きまとってやるから覚悟しろよ。さて、桂さんたちは大方桜屋だろう。あんたも来い。つけで一杯ぐらいはおごってやるよ。
Apparently he has a mission now, which looks like it's separate from the story one, which is the Ryoma. Doing a quick skim to see if anything new popped up, because it doesn't like alert me. Actually, it kind of does. Like, it just tells me to push the pause button if I see something new that I want to have it automatically point me to. Let's try one more mission to round things off. I don't know if I want to do the main story mission or just one more Bond mission.
こんな時になんだが、少し二人だけで話をしないか。あんた、俺に何か言いたいことがあるんだろ？ああ、あれか。中華街で見つけた掘り出し物さ。振り回せば三国志の豪傑気分を味わえるぜ。さすがにフミさんを怖がらせたのはまずかった。今度は謝っておく。あいつらの不始末はこの俺が攻めを追わんとな。騎兵隊は俺と志を同じくする連中を集めた私兵だが、何分危なっかしいのが多くてね。簡単に他人を信じていたら命がいくつあっても足りんからな。だがあんたには興味もある。この先何をするのか見てみたい。そうか。じゃあ次は俺があんたに話を聞く番だ。だがその前に場所を移したい。中華街に馴染みの店がある。そこで一杯やりながら話さないか。ついてこい。店まで案内する。出発だ。あんた、異国に行ったことはあるか？俺は以前上海に行ったが、まるでイギリスの属領だった。実に外観に足りんよ。
It is kind of neat that I was able to get extra bond for that because I had spec'd into the Intimidate.
上海土産の単純を一丁坂本さんに譲ったんだが、ちゃんと持ち歩いてくれているのかね。ひどいありさまだな。
I wasn't sure why he stopped there.
手厚い歓迎だな。嬉しくて涙が出るぜ。やった。おい親父、何があった？
高杉シャオイ、また例の代官の手下どもが押しかけてきて、運上金が足りないのなんのと言いがかりを。
新しく来た代官は随分と見上げたお人らしいな。
中にはまっとうに商いをしていては立ち行かず、役人に言われるまま怪しげな抜け荷に手を出す者も。
抜け荷だと？日の本を守るべき役人がこのざまとは。まさか船蹴りされた秦国と同じ鉄を踏むつもりか。やはりこれからの世は幕府に従うだけではダメだ。民草も力を持ち 自らの意志を示していかねばならん。そのために俺は騎兵隊を作ったんだ。なあ、あんたはこの国の行く末をどう見ている？このひどい状況を目の当たりにしてよく言い切れるものだ。やはりあんたは面白い。だが俺も同じ考えだ。今から手を尽くせば必ずこの日の元にも夜明けが訪れる。よし、この続きは一杯やりながらと行きたいところだが、この惨状を捨ておくわけにもいくまい。うまい酒を飲むには先に腐った連中を片付けちまわないとな。
Defeat on the street. Good. One guy just doesn't want to swing. That was a very delayed swing. Guess I was off on the timing there.
Kusare Daikanの下役なんぞはアリコの虎もいいとこだ。さて、どう乗り込む？あんた得意だ。覚悟するぜ。図に乗るでないわ。
I was really not ready for the follow-up hit. Yeah, we got him. One more.
Yo, 腐った大官どもは片付いた。奴らが奪った金品を元の持ち主に返してやっといてくれ。
高杉シャオイエ、シェシェラ、あなた方の活躍を見て目が覚めました。私どもも仲間のために抗わなければと。そのためにも騎兵隊を援助させてもらえませんか。シャオイエのような力を持ちたいのです。
おお、それはありがたい話だ。お上に睨まれた者同士、仲良くしようぜ。一杯やるだけのつもりが厄介ごとに付き合わせた。この埋め合わせはまたいずれな。 もちろんだ。長州男児の太っ腹を見せてやるさ。やはりあんたといると面白い。この先長い付き合いになるだろうぜ。
Okay. The Shogunate got a bunch of levels there, including getting his next bond level. And we maxed out this area. You'll be a dog. I am almost up to 60 silver coins. Looking at the time, let's do one more mission. Or one more story mission. And then we'll call it after that. Guys are now letting me go to the start menu. I just want to see how I'm doing on karma, or if I'm relatively close to anything, and the answer is no.
よう新作を連れてきてくれたの。おまんに頼んでよかったぜよ。
主人もさっき着いたところです。これで兄のことも。桂さんももう少ししたら戻られるはずです。兄の状況を確かめるため手を尽くしてくださって。
戻ってきたら松陰さんをどう助けるか話し合うぜよ。おまんの知恵にも期待しとるきに。よろしく頼むぜよ。
松陰君の処刑が近い。いくつかの筋から得た話だ。間違いないだろう。どうしたものか皆の考えを聞きたい。
牢屋敷は堅牢だが、中の人間はどうかな。
高杉君、何が言いたい？
真面目な牢役人ばかりじゃないってことさ。騎兵隊を使えば抱き込めそうなやつくらい簡単に見つけられる。
新作、松陰先生の身を一番に考えないか。そんな回りくどいことをしていては間に合わん。
だったらどうする。
木っ端役人など恐るるに足らずだ。堂々正面から切り込もう。
さすが一番でした。冴えてる。
幼いか。そうだ、坂本君、何かないかね。
そうじゃ、あん近くに火の見櫓があったじゃろ。あっこの上からシャーッと入るのはどうじゃ。
シャーッととはどのような。
なんじゃ、シャーッとがわからんが、ほいたらピューッとならどうじゃ。ビューッとでもええ。
君はどう思う？おかめ八目と言うじゃないか。ぜひ意見を聞かせてくれないかね。
さすがおまんにはわしの策が伝わると思うちょった。シャーッとやるとこはおまんに任せるき。
よし、君の言う通りにやってみようじゃないか。私は腹をくくったよ。皆もいいね。
いい品、ぜひご覧ください。
Okay. Don't think there's anything new here that I want.
お任せください。
Especially because it still costs the silver
またお
coins.
待ちしています。勢いでああは言ってみたが、やれそうかの。シャーッと。お なるのほっとしたぜよ。いや、最初から分かっちゃった。おまんとわしの中じゃ維心伝心というやつぜよ。よし、やると決めたらなんとやるじゃ。早速日の宮倉に行ってくれ。
Okay. The glide is... Actually, the story is... Where is it? I'm going to assume I enter from this way. I know when I can make it around that hill and glide more, but I guess not. That looks like the watchtower there.
Hinomiyagraのはしごが壊れちまったんだ。すぐに直さねえと。ちょっと手伝ってくれないか。材料が足りねえ。木材を取ってきてくれるかい。
I was gonna say, at least they marked it. I thought it was gonna be like the random wood that I was finding on the ground in places. Which would have been a whole different thing if I needed to just wander around picking stuff up. Didn't expect to find just random enemies when I went to gather wood. Messed up that assassination attempt. Looks like that's the only one I needed. Almost had a perfect run through there other than the very last enemy. I messed up my glide, but it's fine. Rose, I haven't tried to pickpocket anybody, but I also don't know if there's any reason to. Unless it gives me super high money. Or silver coins. But I don't think it does. And now it gives me a wanted level, which means that I can probably get more enemies.
取ってきてくれたのか。これで直せる。ありがとな。
I kind of just thought that the ladder was going to appear and then I would dive right in.
めんなさい。兄のことが心配でここへ来てしまいました。まだ牢屋敷に人の出入りはありません。兄はまだあそこに囚われているでしょう。何やらシャーッと入るということでしたが、私にはさっぱり。そのシャーッとの準備は整いましたでしょうか？よかった。いよいよですね。どうかご無事で。私の主人草加玄瑞は何か申しておりましたか？あの人は時がなくなれば一人で突っ込んでいきかねません。刑が執行される前に救い出さないと手遅れになってしまいます。どうか兄のことを頼みます。
Okay. I get intellect point if I go with them, or I get strength points if I get them one level. I think we want to go with them, even though the charm point is tempting. I mean, I get charm points for both of these two. I'm more likely to get the strength point than I am to get them to level 4. And the strength point will probably do me more meaty good.
ああ、期待には大いに応えよう。天狗になった気分だ。よし、騒がれない。
And I missed my chance there. I came in swinging and I should have been ready for that. That was a bit unfortunate, but it all worked out. Also, apparently the optional is to defeat 3 formidable enemies, and it looks like that's main quest. One. If I had known there was dogs, I could have maybe gotten extra allies, which would have been neat. And another group down. Still need to find the last two formidable ones. I'm a bit surprised that there's not a thing with the bell other than it looks like it attracts their attention. Like, I figured there would be like an optional objective to disable the alarm bells. Didn't mean to fall down there. At least there's no punishment for landing in the water. And the allies seem to have it somewhat handled. But also, I don't know where to get out. Looks like those are stairs over there. Still haven't found the formidable enemy yet. I also think either I skipped the chest or I didn't reach it yet. I've not reached it yet. Feels I could be doing better on, but I'm not doing terribly yet. Trying to switch stances real bad, and it just wasn't quite there. And more enemies weakened. There's a chest over there still. And get all my stuff back. Okay, so if they climb up the ladder, they'll activate the alarm. Or I just can climb up there like I have been and just hit it because it doesn't matter. If anything, it tells me where they are, which is kind of nice. And maybe gets them moving to better spots for me. Finally found the chest. Still need that last formidable enemy. I'm going to guess it's probably in the building over here. Didn't realize I got spotted there. Yeah, we got it. At least, I don't think there was a... yeah, there wasn't one there. But we cleared out everything here. Still leaves me with the initial problem if I need to find one more strong enemy. I don't know where they are. I think that obviously looks suspicious, but that feels like it's going to be the end of the mission. More treasure. This just seems to be an underground path to get between somewhere.
なんでもあの男、黒船に乗り込もうとしたんだろうか。偉人の船に乗ろうなんてどうかしておるよ。
Is this just another entrance I would have used if I picked one of the other mission options? Because I get the feeling we would like break in here and free all the prisoners, and then they would cause a disruption. That or this is the story area. And I just completely lucked out and found a really roundabout way in here.
吉田松陰、あのシーニか。ここにいたけど、よそに連れて行かれちまったよ。よっぽど役人から嫌われてるんだな。
鍵をくすねちまえればここからおさらばできるんだが、鍵役人ども長屋の方から出てきやがらねえ。ああ、長屋は敷地の反対側だぜ。お
Obtain the prison key. Still missing one enemy to make everything easier, and also complete the optional challenge, but no clue where they are. feel like I've checked pretty much the entire surrounding area and still no luck. I still get the feeling that's probably the end of the quest, so I don't think it's there. So the only thing I think I have left is just to kind of scan around randomly. Unless I just get lucky and run into them. Okay, there's one. It's related to the quest at least, so it wasn't too hard to find. I can kind of just throw away medicine here because there's a banner right there. Okay, optional objective is done. Every enemy here is weakened. Also, I did see that there's like... So the benefit of doing it solo is I get the perfect gift item, where the benefit of doing it with an ally is that I get bond with that ally anyway. So it kind of depends on if I was trying to farm an ally who didn't join for missions, it would be best to go solo. Where if I wanted to level up combat-based allies, it's better to go with them. There's one thing I was thinking about since I was choosing between. And there's the merchant I saw. I don't think I need to do anything really. I don't think there's anything really worthwhile to buy or to craft. Unless I just want more healing elixirs. I still have 11 in storage. But I have almost 100 things to craft with, so I might as well make a bunch. So I never have to think about them again. Can only upgrade that one once. I think we're good. I also don't know how much those little stab boosts make a difference. That was a lot of damage. And dead. I was thrown off by the stop and grab. And I was off on the timing there. Luckily, I got saved there by just them not having any stamina left. I could have maybe committed to a heal and been fine. Or committed to an attack, I mean. Never mind, I would need a full combo. Yeah, we got him.
誰かな。役人とは違うようだが、坂本君もいるのか。危険を冒して来てくれたのは感謝するが、帰ってくれ。なんと文が来ておるのか。だがここから出るわけにはいかない。私は道に背く過ちは犯していない。逃げれば私がしたことは過ちであると認めることになる。
松陰さん、日本は変わるぜよ。わしは日本の新しい形を示せるんがあんただけじゃと思うちょるんじゃ。
いいかね、坂本君。それを掴み取るのはこの国をこれから作り上げる君たちだ。良心に従い天地に恥じぬ道を進みたまえ。君たちなら必ず見出せる。私はそう思うのだよ。草の根の民が立ち上がってこそこの国は真に変わる。誰もがこの国のあるべき形を考え、そして変えられるのだ。私が正道を貫いて死ねば人々の心にそう訴えられるだろう。それが私の最後の役目だ。一つ頼まれてくれんか。この書を文に届けてほしいのだ。この国の行く末、この国の未来を書いたつもりだ。日の本の新しい形を考える助けになるだろう。かたじけない。よろしく頼む。君とはゆっくり話をしたかったな。
Okay. Let's go ahead and start working on this line. This one's gonna be kind of nice because it means that if I get detected, I don't have to wait as long. Get another medicinal pill. And immediately got quietness, so now I just make less sound. So that was pretty much what I was hoping out of that line. And now I can use extra dexterity to get... Never mind, I already got that maxed. So as soon as I'm done with this mission, then I think I'm gonna call it. And it's nice that I got a trophy to show that I'm making some notable progress now. Because it's been a while since I had a story-specific trophy, I think. Because I think the last one is like with the twin, when I met the twin.
犠牲になる覚悟を決めているのは薄々感づいていました。なんと兄らしい。兄が私を最後まで人を気遣ってばかりで。兄の魂の言葉なのですね。早く桂さんに届けないと。きっと多くの人に伝わり、心を動かすでしょう。そうだ、兄の着物の替えを持ってきていたのです。せめてものお礼です。お持ちください。
よし、一旦ここで別れよう。私たちは牢屋敷からの追っ手を撹乱する。桜屋で落ち合おう。文を頼んだぞ。
兄の手紙、桜屋まで持ち帰らなければ。
Okay.
逃がさん、覚悟。
I was trying to swap stances. And we got him. Try grab whatever that is. Didn't expect to be able to take them out in one combo, but it worked out. A little off on the timing there. Guess we don't gotta fight that one. Almost. Accidentally held down the button to swap controller profiles.
ずいぶん遅かったの。何があったんじゃ。しっかりせえ。おまんと一緒じゃろ。まさかフミさんは。
くそ、バグフの連中め、お前がついていながら何をしていたのだ。目立たぬよう小勢に分かれたのが裏目に出たか。
あんたは生かされた。殺そうと思えば殺せたはずだ。奴ら何か言ってなかったか。邪魔をすればフミさんの命はないというわけか。青鬼とはよく言ったもんだ。
松陰先生は江戸の処刑場へ送られたと聞く。おそらく文も江戸だろう。このままぐずぐずしておれん。我らも江戸へ出立するとしよ
う。おまんはどうする。一緒に江戸へ来てほしいがどうじゃ。よし、向かうぜよ。待てい。
ご苦労様。
どけ、どくんじゃ。
諸君。狂いたまえ。
松陰先生。
おい。おまんも見ちょったか。最後まであん人はあん人じゃったのう。そうじゃのう。あん人は覚悟の上じゃった。気落ちしよる暇はないぜよ。桂さんも新作も玄瑞も、いや多くのもんが松陰さんから何かを受け取ったじゃろう。松陰さんはの死ぬことでわしらに何かを託したんじゃ。それが何かまだはっきりは言えんが、わしもわしなりに新しい日本とは何か探ってみるつもりじゃのう。 とりあえず桂さんたちのところへ行ってみんかい。今は西宝寺いう寺の拝堂に落ち着いちょるそうじゃ。気をつけるぜよ。本江戸は幕府のお膝元じゃ。赤鬼の目が光っちょるき、むやみにうろつくわけにはいかん。
Technically, they did give me a point where I could have dipped out of this quest, but it's fine.
動きづらくも手がかりなし、打つ手もなしじゃ。松陰さんものうなってあいつらも沈んじょるじゃ。正直に言うとの、わしはどこかで松陰さんを頼りにしちょった。あん人なら本日本を何とかしてくれる。じゃが今日はっきり分かった。わしが本を頭で考えて本手でやるしかないんじゃ。諸君、狂いたまえ。松陰さんは最後にそう言うちょった。わしは志を持って前に進むのみじゃ。ここまで荒れ果てちょるとは。こんなにコロリが広がっちょるとはの。花のお江戸がこんなありさまとはの。前に来た時はもっと賑やかじゃったけど、このままじゃいかん。どうにかせん。西宝寺は長州の門が密かに会所として使いよる場所じゃ。入るには合図がいるき、おまんにも教えちょくぜよ。こうじゃ。こっちじゃ。
So I learned how to gesture.
待て。寺に入りたくば合図を見せてもらおう。
さっき教えたやつじゃ。ほれ、やるぜよ。
Guess I needed to wait until the prompt.
いいだろう。通れ。
さっきの雨もすっかり上がったぜよ。やまん雨はない勇気の。その顔つきじゃと、ふみさんの行方はつかめとらんようじゃの。
失礼します。
タコさん。
お、ふみ、無事だったか。
タカさんが助けてくれました。
これで俺たちを抑えていた枷はなくなった。しかしどうしてあんだか。
聞きたいことは終わりでしょうが、今はご容赦を。それより急ぎ皆様にお伝えしたいことがございます。間もなく薩摩の方々が幕府に蜂起いたします。蜂起に加わり幕府の勢いをそげば、この大国を止めることができましょう。
そうじゃの。この話に乗らん手はない。薩摩といえば長州と並ぶ夕飯じゃ。渡りに船じゃろ。
薩摩の殿は有名な西洋かぶれだ。信用などできん。渡りに船どころか五越同州ではないのか。
草加君、私はね、
君に決めてほしいと思っている。松陰君の志を継ぐのは一番弟子の君だ。私はその決断に従う。力の限り援助すると誓うよ。諸君、狂いたまえ。先生、心の声に従い信じた道を進みます。薩摩に加勢する日の本の行く末を正すため、勝意を捨てて大道につく時だ。皆どうか力添えを。あ、
後ほど吉原においでくださいませ。あなただけに話したいことが。
Okay. So while this is still technically part of the quest, I am leaning toward... we'll just hear this out.
松陰君の残した流魂録も我らの手に戻ったよ。後で読んでみてくれ。君が受け取ってくれた彼の遺書だ。死して体が消え失せても魂だけはこの国のためとどめ置きたいという意味だろうね。我らにとって全ての始まりは松陰君だ。これまでのことを振り返るのにも役立つだろう。いずれ写本を作り、もっと多くの者に読んでもらうつもりだ。言葉は伝えてこそその力を発揮するからね。
Okay, so this is where I can return to visit areas. Or to try different area, or try different options. So I'm missing like one collectible. So if I want to go back and get that single collectible, I should go there, which we might do next time. I think it's actually one I want. I don't think we're gonna continue now. I think we're gonna call it here. Because I just want to do one mission and I ended up getting kinda just rolled through like 3 or 4 iterations. But we did nearly get the first area done. It's just one collectible I didn't have. And one more save just to be safe, even though there is an autosave. So next time we'll go back, we'll just randomly search around and try to get that one collectible. Then we'll start off in the new area. Well, let's see who's on. I see Cahill's going with my RPG. Let's go say hi to them. Okay, so if I stream on Wednesday, it'll likely be more Rise of the Ronin to start off the new area. If I don't stream Wednesday, then it will be more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Saturday. And then, as I've mentioned previously, I'll keep bouncing between those two until Stellar Blade comes out, or until I beat one of them. Stellar Blade specifically coming out a little over a week from now, so probably one weekend, and then we'll add it in. I don't know where it's going to get added in, but I will be playing it on release day. That being said, that's it for me today. Go say hi to Kale, and bye-bye.